mobility is set in the background of the 4 levels of government there. We know that the SUMP method and process was elaborated as addressing cities directly from a European level and helping them in better planning for sustainable urban mobility. So we see there is still a slight gap, which the European Union tries, or the European level tries to close a bit more with a better revised 10T regulation, making it more, making it better understandable, and also more, how do you say, making it important for the cities and urban nodes to have an SUMP. For the city level, in Austria, we have the situation we only have a few adopters of SUMPs until now. It is something that is a bit hard, especially as we are in an environment of small and mid-sized cities, and for that, many times the topic of SUMP still seems to be rather abstract, and capacity still seem to be rather low, which is also a problem of a lack of information from our side, from the national level. Also, the benefits of doing so is not yet so clear to the cities, which is again showing that we haven't invested in communicating that more clearly. So, what is happening in between? Why is support needed? On the national level, we have the situation in Austria that there is no clear competence for SUMPs or for urban mobility. Although this is slowly changing now with the process of the EU Cities Mission and with the new requirements in the 10T regulation. The regional level is really important in the Austrian context, as we have 9 provinces, 9 regions, where mainly the regulation, the framework setting for mobility planning is set. So we really need to get these on board also to work in there. And what has happened now is that still there is a trust in this strong mobility planning tradition that is there in Austria, but it's not what we would call a SUMP. So in Austria up to now, there was quite a peak of activity in national platforms for SUMP in the project Endurance, but this was already 10 years ago, and this was far before my time, so to say. And there was not so much activity yet. Then we took it up again in the Interreg project Annexability in the last 1.5 years. And there we worked mainly in a digital setting due to COVID, and organized a series of informal exchange events, information events for cities, and tried to take up the role of a facilitator and networker. So what we did there is we exchanged and absorbed with the materials existing on the European level, obviously, learned very much from front-runner countries and regions, especially Flanders in Belgium, Hessen in Germany, and Slovenia. And with the national and regional level, it was super important to focus on this area to identify allies. Obviously, you cannot at once work with everybody at once, but you need to see who is interested in this topic, with whom you can make the first steps. So this was very important. And as said, the regions is the central level of institutionalization of this topic. So this is also a thing that we try to focus and work on further. And obviously, engaging with the cities is essential, as we can gather needs, understand better their challenges, and help a little bit with exchange in the peer setting and give more information on this topic. To conclude, I've brought some ideas, some things which are also our next steps in the process. So first of all, I would call for renaming the game, at least nationally. It is very hard for us to communicate the word SUMP, or Sustainable Urban Mobility Planning, to politicians, or kind of general to people outside of the mobility bubble. Sometimes also it was confused with SUP, which is kind of a strategic environmental assessment. So kind of with these abbreviations, we need to find a more clearer word for that in the Austrian context. Something that I've tried to touch on in this whole presentation already is that the importance of exchange on all levels of government. We need support for the national process from the national level. We need the regional level for support to local stakeholders and as the legal framework. And we need the cities for the needs and for the actual work to be done. What we really need to focus on in the Austrian context is how to communicate that SUMP is something also for small and medium-sized cities, that we really need to focus that the SUMP process is something for cities of different shapes and sizes. What is very important is a good practice, but also national good practice, because cities want to work with something that is directly and immediately relevant for them and something that is easy to understand. And therefore, we also need to define actually what is good practice, what is a good SUMP, which is something that we are still lacking a bit and need to work on more. And finally, you can't manage what you don't measure. So we really need to think about how to come from planning to implementation and how to offer ways of self-monitoring and evaluation for this, to make it sure. And my last word is, we try now very much to take up this topic again and make an SUMP as an essential tool to achieve a better implementation of climate neutral mobility. Thank you very much. I would love to exchange more on this topic, also beyond of the conference if there's some interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maximilian. And you'll be joining one of the groups, I guess, to give us some feedback as well. No? That would be fantastic. So Paul, please, if you could share your long experiences with JASPERS and several member states. The remote is Max. It's up there, including some of my notes that are left there. Please ignore them or read from them if you would like to.
So, can you hear me okay? So, I put my timer for 5 minutes. When it starts beeping, I stop, okay? So, very briefly, I want to talk a little bit about our experience with national platforms from JASPERS. So I work for JASPERS based in Vienna. I live also in the Czech Republic. I've been involved quite heavily in Poland and the Czech Republic, help developing SUMPs, but also national programs. JASPERS is you've already heard a little bit about it maybe, but we're basically a free-to-client technical assistance service. So we're not consultants, but we actually work with public sector clients, helping them, for example, prepare terms of reference, shaping strategies and plans and projects. And more in this period, we're really working at the kind of that early stage level. And National SUMP programs is just part of that. As I see Marcin is here from the Polish side, we're also working with his conurbation GZM, but also within the platform. So, very briefly, we also, in the urban sector, certain transport, we're involved in numerous SUMPs, mainly in the east, but also working now heavily in Spain with local authorities and national ones as well. Okay, so just some experience from Czech and Poland. Both have some kind of national programs. Started in the last few years. The Czech started a bit earlier. And these are platforms basically organized by the ministry. They've been very useful in bringing together cities, like working groups, and have led to a very interesting exchange, not only from the top down, but sideways and between different cities. Very active and interesting structures, often with numerous workshops on technical themes, which have been organized with the help of external experts. We've been involved in some. And also developing a quality assessment program so that the SUMPs can be somehow reviewed by the national level to help with developing quality standards. In the Polish case, we also help them select a consultant advisor who could then reach out to a much greater number of cities. So, just to emphasize what we see as some of the successes of this approach, certainly the working groups, as I said, have been very useful in terms of both top-down and sideways interactions. So a very good determination of the basic principles of SUMP, but also increasing, to a degree, political awareness, and the first kind of real practical experience with developing SUMPs within the cities, coming back through and filtering up into sharing of experience. And we see a number of quite interesting SUMPs emerging. We were involved closely in the Prague SUMP, which is a nice example with a very good public consultation process. But also we were following the Brno SUMP, which is also, again, very interesting. and different to other plans that we've seen in the past. And the final slide, just looking at what we see, not so much the structure of national programs, but some of the challenges that we see that we think that national programs could be still helping to deal with. Certainly making the right conditions, so really helping develop relationships within functional areas, because obviously if the satellite city is not talking to the mother city, then it's very difficult to have any kind of cooperation on a SUMP. But also on the level of political and public awareness, because you can develop a technical expertise, but if you don't have the whole of society behind it, it's difficult. So again, we see a role for these platforms in really encouraging or reaching out to public and political levels to make sure there's buy-in across the board. Also in terms of resourcing, we see it's a long process in most of these cities. It can take 4 or 5 years to really develop a proper SUMP, so there needs to be an understanding that it's a gradual process and not something that can be just like a light bulb switched on over 2 or 3 months, so it's a long-term commitment. It needs quite a bit of resourcing, so the question is, you know, does the national level provide funding for SUMPs? The cities should be really committed and don't need the funding? I think that's an interesting discussion, or maybe there's a middle way where they can get contribution, but it's certainly a topic for the cities. And then more, I would say, practical issues of finding ways to find the right balance between the buy-in of people in-house and expertise coming from consultants, and making sure that is a healthy balance, but respecting the starting point in those cities. And just a final on a couple of points on the other side. We see now a lot of engagement, and really we see a challenge in terms of understanding how to balance the kind of evidence-based side of things in terms of analytical tools and modeling, and the more aspirational planning, which is also very important with SUMPs. And finding the way to link those and talking about how to do that is quite important. And the final point, which is the big challenge, where we're helping with setting up SUMPs often in cities which are not used to that kind of planning process. At the same time, we have this massive climate challenge, which is also having to come in. So it's really, this is a real challenge, is when you're starting up the planning process, finding a way to already include the climate challenge as a central part of something. These are challenges where we think the national level is in a good place to help at least a discussion on. So that's everything from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. So I trust you are now sufficiently inspired for a rather quick session. We unfortunately don't have a lot of time for this, but anyway, if afterwards you would like to talk to some of my colleagues or myself, maybe we show first of all who's here. So there's Robert, there's Piotr, Madeleine I've seen as well. So don't hesitate. There's Jürgen down there. Don't hesitate to later on, if you say, look, you know, I didn't have enough time. You know, I had this brilliant idea or feedback. Please do share it with them if you don't get the chance to put it on your flip chart. So how does this work now? Viewers, remote participants have the chance to answer the questions in Slido. For the others, you find at each of your table a flip chart. So we are going to ask you 5 questions, and we'd really appreciate your kind of short answers, suggestions on these. So if you maybe can democratically elect or volunteer someone who would like to note them down on your table. You will have about 10 minutes per question. I know it's not a lot of time, but you can find the colleagues if there's something really, you know, you think in addition needs to be explained or you would like to share. Then we go to the next question, and we will also, I'll come around a little bit your tables, and I'd be really interested to see how work progresses. We will then record afterwards. We will keep all your points and answers. We will record them, also what we receive via Slido. So that's important input for us for the recommendation on the National SUMP support that we want to issue by hopefully end of this year. So is that sufficiently clear, or someone has a question on it? Otherwise, we start with the first question, please. Can we put the first question into Slido and maybe on the screen as well? We have it already. So how can member states support cities in preparing and implementing monitoring their SUMPs? So please do start your reflection and share your points and note them on the flip chart and put them into Slido, which is happening already. And we will give you a signal when the time is nearly, I think, when it's left. Okay, good luck and have fun. Okay. I'm not moved. Yeah. Just to give you a little update on the time, we have 3 minutes for this particular question. So 1 minute to go. Now is the chance to put your 1 point on the flip chart or your several points. So time is up for this first question. It looks quite impressive, the points you're putting on there. Thank you very much. I hope this went okay. Did it go okay? Thanks a lot also to those who join remotely and give us good points like national platform, capacity building, model training and funding. What we will do after we have 4 more questions, and then afterwards, hopefully, we have a couple of minutes. I will come around each table and to ask you for your 1, 2, maximum 3 most important points, messages that you would like to pass. So we won't have much time. You can already maybe start thinking about whether something from this question or maybe something from the other question, and also think about who would like to answer from your table. So we do this after the questions are complete. So let's move to the second question. What could be the role of the next one, please. Next question 2. Yes. What could be the role of national, regional and local or city level authorities in the SUMP program? And what about federal member states? So please excuse a little spelling there. So is there a specific situation in federal member states? So the role of national, regional and local or city level in the SUMP, in a SUMP support program. And we've got 8 minutes for that. And if you wouldn't mind, sorry, I forgot to say that, put maybe a 1 on your first slide and a Q, I see it with some of you, a 2 on the second one, because afterwards when we collect and keep all of this, so we can still link it to the question, that would be fantastic. Thank you very much. My apologies to those who are joining remotely via Slido, because indeed, answer in one word is not so easy on this one. But we seem to have some problem in having longer text in there. So maybe if you put Ben Cars. Okay, so you're using two words, funding. Anyway, if there's something you would explain or like to explain further, you can also afterwards, of course, contact us, send us input on it to the colleagues. Thank you. Yeah, you can also, we just checked, so if you want to share more remotely, you can go into the Q&A part, and you could there say to Q2, and then you can write a bit more text if you would like to do this. Thank you. We are unfortunately already coming very close to the end of this question, but it's fantastic to see all this rich input that you have. It's very, very useful to us. And also thanks very much to those who are answering in Slido and give us their input, such as National Sum Task Force, National Quality Standards, links, Joint Vision. So let's come to question number 3. I know it's one question after the other. It's nearly like the speed dating that we had yesterday on the project. But there's so much you have already on there, and we're looking forward so much to your input for the other questions as well. So, question number 3. What are the needs of large metropolitan areas and medium, smaller cities? Do they have the same needs? And if they don't, please let us know where they are different in your view. Thank you very much. So, question 3, if you wouldn't mind marking 3 on there. And we have 8 minutes again. Thank you very much in advance. So we have a bit more than 2 minutes left for this question. So half a minute. So time is up and we come to the next question, but before we do so, I would like to thank also Isobel, who is sitting there as a young rapporteur. She is Isobel. So she is, and you might have noticed this in other sessions already. So we have some young rapporteurs which help us throughout the 3 days to keep a bit of track of what we're doing and helping us for the wrap-up session in the end as well. Thank you very much, Isobel. And thanks a lot to all of you for your rich answers to question 3. So which range from also the one we received online to similar needs and different ones. But we already have question 4 on. So let's go to question 4. What would be the advantage of linking funding to the existence of sumps? Should a body carry out the quality control of a sump to ensure that it's aligned with the national guidance and the sump guidelines? And if you think, yes, who could do that? So second part, or it's a double question. Who could do it? And we have 8 minutes again for this. And also for the lady or gentleman who convinced us of the yes to give us a bit more feedback, maybe in the different question section on why yes and who. Good luck. So it's half time, 4 minutes left for this question. One and a half minutes to go. Okay. I'm afraid time is up for this one. Thank you very much again. And maybe we find solutions at national or European level, so we don't have to only hope for Jesus to help us in this, as one participant suggested. Okay, let's come to question number 5, the final question. The final question. One more time to activate the brain cells. Which new policy developments still need to be incorporated into the 2013 SUM concept, and how could this be carried out? So if you look at what we already have in the SUMs, in the guides, maybe the material that you used, or the material that you were missing, that you didn't find actually. Yeah? So let us know what has happened since 2013 that you don't find properly reflected in the SUM concept yet? And do you have good ideas of how we can include it and complement the SAMP concept. Thank you. 8 minutes again. So we have 3 minutes left for this question. 3 minutes. So a couple of seconds if you would like to finish your last point on there. And I think we have a clear tendency online, and for those who are online, you can also see those reflected on the different tables. So the SALPs and the climate indeed come up quite a bit. Okay, so time is up for this one. First of all, I would like to thank you and also the colleagues here from the Commission for this really wonderful, rich input. I mean, this is better than what we were hoping for, I have to say. So it was for all of fantastic. So what if you still have a few minutes, I would like to go around the tables now, and maybe if you try to keep yourself to a minute. So in a minute, really out of these 5 questions, out of what you discussed, what's the most important message you would like to pass to us in the Commission? What is the most important we need to take into account for completing, working on the SUMP framework, but also and even more on working on the recommendation for the national support? And I'm coming around with the microphone. Is there a table who would like to start? Anyone would like to start? Or I'm walking straight up to a table. Who would like to share your table? Alexandra? I think it's on now.
Right, so I'm Alexandra Humphreys-Bach from ELTIS, which is the Urban Mobility Observatory from the European Commission, and anything relating to SUMPs you can find on eltis.org. But here's some information about what we discussed. So I think stakeholder engagement is absolutely vital in the whole SUMP process. Upwards, downwards, sideways was one of the sort of key discussion points we had. And then thinking about I'm going a bit sort of in between questions. What last question we discussed, what is missing is climate. You know, I think that we think the SUMP process is actually already very comprehensive, but I think there has been shift in policies, and I think there maybe needs to be a bit more attention or focus on certain elements such as climate, also, you know, new technology developments and data sharing, but also other, you know, trending topics such as gender, inclusivity. You know, they are probably somewhere there, but we need to bring them maybe bit more to the forefront. And also road safety, very important, you know, plays into people's well-being, but also into the climate debate. Anything I should add? Oh yes, regional SUMPs was also one of the sort of, you know, key points we discussed, and it's important, you know, in the whole SUMP process to understand the needs of the city. But also, you know, how can cities collaborate together to actually come more together with a regional SUMP, particularly where you have smaller cities, they can then sort of pool resources and have a wider plan and share resources, basically.
Thank you very much. Thanks. So let's move over to the other side. Would you like on this table to share your experience? Thank you.
So we were discussed mostly about the legislation on the national level that linked with quality control of the SUMPs. It should be not too precise to give some freedom for the cities, but we need some legislation on the national level, but we have to remind that we need also clear responsibility split between different level of administration. So so that's what we discussed here. Mostly of that. So it was this like most important thing. So we need legislation, but not too precise, and with a general split between responsibilities between different levels. And when talking about last question about we need in the some like recommendations from European Commissions. There is lack of this urban logistics, what was said by the other table, but we need also some glimpse at sharing and micro-mobility, the future mobility. We need, you know, the resilience of our plans, because the world is changing so fast that 2 years later our urban mobility plan could be useless. So how to cope with resilience in this fast changing reality in the world, and also the link with the TNT. And we find out that there is one problem, because one thing is lowering emissions. We often say that electromobility and so on, and this is sometimes with fight with the quality of life, which means narrowing streets and so on, and more green policies. This is not the goal is not always the same for that branches in urban mobility. So how to cope with that, with the electric cars versus good quality of life, mean narrow streets and not so many parking zones. So this is our thing. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Also very rich. I go now maybe to a table in the back, so you don't always feel like you're the last ones to say something. Maybe here, who would like to?
Not to repeat what was already said, I'm going to focus on the needs that we discussed. So for sure the needs for different cities in size, they're different, and it's an overview of what the national support program can do for SOMS development. For small cities, it's for sure resources, knowledge, and tailored mobility solutions as the way the city is planned and the needs the inhabitants have. For large metropolitan cities, for sure we need the stakeholder consensus, as there is resources available, but there is a lot of political discussions around what needs to be done. The problem of space allocation and infrastructure development for sustainable modes, and land use management. This considering the problems of reducing congestions and increasing accessibility in these large metropolitan areas. And then finally we had this little discussion, because we were placing everything either in small or large metropolitan areas, and this was a little bit of a replication of what actually happens when developing urban policies for medium cities, and it's that they're left behind sometimes. So that's why we said they need attention and prompt action, not to lose control of the urban development they have.
Hmm? Thank you very much. And let's move to the other side here. Who would like to?
So what we discussed, we started with the needs. That was the first question, so it was a bit let me see. Yeah, so support on data collection. I think that's very helpful, because right now cities and regions are struggling with getting all the data that's required, analyzing it, using it. So there definitely some kind of support system would help. If it's EU level, national level, we didn't discuss that in detail. Support of integrating data, yeah, I think that's similar to that. Standardization could be a solution for that. If you have a European standard for how to collect the data that you need. Yeah, creating a template, that would also be a solution for that. Requirements, I think this question was about the national level, or more like how these levels collaborate. And we saw that like different member states have different forms of collaboration. For example, in the Netherlands, the national level isn't that much involved in the creation of the SUMP. It's more like bottom up from the regions, and other member states have it different. We think the national level should be involved more actively, especially in the Netherlands. Then we thought of some kind of SUMP master. It's not like a formal organized thing, but you need some expertise on a national level that can coordinate things between regions. This one is a very interesting one as well. Mobility as a system and mobility as an organism, those are two different ways to look at mobility, which are both relevant. You should do both. Yeah, just a thought. So the last one we discussed, let me see. Oh, this is also about collaboration between different levels. Yeah, to summarize, the collaborations are important, but you see a lack of capacity within the different levels. So you should really look at where is the capacity, which level does have the capacity, and maybe focus on organizing on that level, and that's different for every member state.
Okay,
So
thank you very much. Are you a table? No. Then who would like from your table here? Yeah?
Hello. So most of our discussion focused on one thing other than ban cars, and that is a SUMP task force at the national level that would provide an introduction to SUMP for each city that was looking to implement, and would kind of just be a local Jaspers, providing that kind of technical capacity and support. The idea would be that the task force would not be scary or intimidating, but they really are coming to support and help. And it wouldn't have to be a major organization. In fact, the smaller and more professional it might be, the better. So a modeler, a trainer, and someone with a lot of experience doing SUMP, but local, speaks the language, understands the culture. And that really answered a majority of the questions up on the board. Going from metropolitan to small city. I don't really remember the other things, but yeah, and ban cars.
Thank you very much. So what is our... So, who would like on your... Volunteers? You still want to reflect and I go over to the other side first? Or?
I think the funding, I think I think it depends on which country. The funding is important for SUMPs. Depending on the countries, I think in some countries funding is for SUMPs, for the drafting of SUMPs, is not an issue, but in other countries it might be. So I think there is a differentiation to be made. I think the levels, the governance levels are important as well. Local, regional, national level. And regional level might not be the legal provincial level, state level. It might also be a kind of metropolitan level, which is interesting. Yes, I think it's very important that it should be clear this 100,000 inhabitants for a city. Does it relate to a city? Does it relate to the metropolitan level? I think that should be very clear. What seems to be a very important issue is the data collection regarding, for instance, the SUMP indicators. So there is a lot of unclarity still, I think. There might be some information on this, but it hasn't reached many of us, I think. Then I think one main question which is important is there is an obligation to draft a SUMP by 2025, I think. And a main question would be, what is the consequence of not drafting the SUMP? Is it just not having European funding, or is it also not having national funding? So I think this is very important to address. The quality, so the quality issue. So what is a SUMP? Who is checking the outcomes of SUMPs? I think that's also very important. Jaspers has probably a role here, but that should be clear, I think. So I think, yes, capacity. Capacity is a very important issue. So capacity, technical capacity. So I think that's what is already said in other tables as well.
Thank you so much. And we have one table to go. Who would like? Yeah.
I think a lot of the things that we have discussed are already mentioned. A few takeaways. The first one is I think that a small city is very different from a large city, has different problems. In a large city, air quality is a major problem, for example. The smaller cities have human resource problems within the municipalities. So that also means that the regional and national level should play a different role. We see mainly a facilitating role for the national and the regional level for data sharing, for example. I think one of the other things that was mentioned, the content of the SUMP, we think a SUMP should have a look forward to the next 20 or 30 years, focusing on, for example, autonomous driving, smart mobility, but also the implementation of low or zero emission zones in the SUMP. Also, the point of funding, a SUMP should very much be related to the access to funds, because it's really a big motivation for a city to write and implement your mobility plan. Anything I forgot, team? I don't think so. That was it.
Thank you very much. I think I didn't forget a table. Did I forget a table? No, I think that's it. And I've got my own microphone here as well. So thank you so much again. This was fantastic. This is fantastic input for us. We will collect all of those. Thanks very much to those online. Your input is also recorded. Actually, something my colleague asked me to pass was to announce our new SUMP guide on public transport, which came out just now. So if on your list you had when is the Commission finally publishing, or ELT is finally publishing something on public transport, you can find it as of now on there. So thank you very much again. This is really, really useful. And you can also be proud of yourselves, not only for what you delivered, but you are actually the first ones who give us this kind of input in this format. We are setting up an expert group, a formal expert group, in about a month's time, and they will also be consulted, but you are the front runners. So what you have given us as input will already be reflected in what we will discuss then in about a month's time with member states and other stakeholders in the new expert group. So thank you so much. This is really, really useful for us. I hope it was a little bit of fun for you as well. And watch out for the recommendation on SUMPs. And in the meantime, if you can think of anything else, you've seen the colleagues, you've seen me, don't hesitate to contact us. So thank you very much again, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Ja?
Ja, und wenn
Nee,
du
jetzt
die
auf.
ganze, hörst du?
Ah, ja.
Hörst du?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all doing well and you had some good lunch and could grab a coffee or some water. We're not that many, but I think we should still start now. Well, I would like to welcome you to this session. I would like to welcome the colleagues who are online and connected remotely. I would like to welcome you in the room, and I would like to welcome our speakers, which are sitting there, which I will introduce in a few minutes. In this session, we will focus on urban mobility, but through the lenses of EU external action, or external action in general, and what is happening outside the EU in developing and emerging countries. As you can imagine, cities, urban development and urban mobility are facing specific challenges in these countries. It's different than here at EU level. I don't know whether you have ever been to Dar es Salaam or to Nairobi or Lagos, and I think then you would understand what I'm talking about. Because these cities, they are often plagued by enormous urban sprawl. They are car-centric, rather car-centric, and need to find responses to address the main issue of informal transport, active modes, and they need to put in place the appropriate governance structures fit for the purpose in a specific context towards sustainable urban mobility. I don't know, many of you might know these minibuses, for instance, you find in African cities, the so-called trotros or the boda bodas in Uganda, which are little motorcycles, which are key elements for public transport and which move millions of people. And now translating the concept of SUMPs, our European success stories, into external action to globally reduce CO2 emissions. That's therefore our challenges. It is our challenges vis-à-vis the external dimension of the European Green Deal and other EU policies like the Global Gateway or the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Policy. And it's also the role of the EU as global player. My name is Jürgen Kettner. I'm your moderator of the session. I'm at DG Move, but I'm coming from EU External Action, where I was dealing with transport cooperation for more than 20 years. That's why I'm very happy to be your host for this session, because it's something I'm very familiar with. Now, coming to Nicolas, could you please? Yeah, that's our session, obviously. Now, in terms of the setup, we have now part one, which is 35 minutes. We listen to presentations from my guests, from my speakers. After that, we go into a panel where we will all sit here. Not all, I will sit here with my speakers, and we discuss some questions. And then we open up to questions from the audience and from our remote participants and friends from somewhere in the world. And for the last part, the question and answer, there the remote participants can use Slido, please. But obviously also in the room you can use Slido, but you can also traditionally analog raise your hand. Having said that, I would like now to shortly introduce our speakers, which are seated for the moment here. I'm very happy to welcome Siegfried Ruprecht from Ruprecht Consult. Siegfried. Many of you will know Siegfried and his company because they develop and implement sustainable mobility projects with cities all over Europe and internationally. And Siegfried and his team, they are regular advisors to the European Commission, to policymakers. And Siegfried obviously is one of the important people in the SUMP drafting because he's the co-author of the 2013 guidelines and also the second 2019 edition. Then we have Lorenza Tomasoni from the Euromed Transport Support Project. And here we're talking about the Neighborhood South region. This is basically the southern Mediterranean region, and Lorenza is the urban transport key expert of the Euromed Transport Support Project, which is financed by the European Commission for technical assistance services. And we are happy to listen to her experience from that part of the world. Then we have Nicolas Cruz. Nicolas, welcome. Nicolas is a sustainable mobility expert at the Mobilize Your City Global Secretariat in Brussels. Mobilize Your City is one of the leading global partnerships for sustainable urban mobility planning in developing and emerging countries. And it was launched at COP21 in Paris, where I was also present when this happened. And today, really, this partnership has more than 60 partner countries and 14 partner countries, partner cities, 60 partner cities, and 14 partner countries, and is mainly supported by the European Union, France, and Germany. So, last but not least, I'm happy to welcome Marcel Romatz from the European Climate, Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency, CINEA. And this agency is overseeing the implementation of the Civitas program, which is co-funded by the European Commission. Marcel is heading the Transport and Research Unit at CINEA, and during his career, Marcel has greatly engaged in developing policy initiatives in the field of urban mobility, obviously, and also transport innovation. And he and his team is engaged in managing nearly 500 transport research operations, including the Civitas program when it comes to implementation. So, having said that, I would like now to move to this session where we look at presentations, and I would like to give the floor to Siegfried, who will tell us a lot about SAMS and what it means. Thank you.
Now, super, okay. I managed the first barrier, switch on the microphone. And I have to see, sorry, I don't have the presentation in my head. I know what I want to say, but I have to look at the screen too. Okay, here we are. So, thank you for inviting me. I give you a little overview of how I see international SUMP. It is based on the experiences that we have made, which were mentioned by Jürgen. But let me step back 1 minute, please. SUMP really is a European success story. Why is that? Because it is based on the advice of stakeholders, of practitioners all over Europe, and we have really been able to collect practical knowledge, and that is an important quality criterion. It is applied in all parts of Europe, small cities, big cities, advanced, and so on. So that is a strength, and I was very happy to realize in the last years that governments worldwide are taking up the ideas that we put into those guidelines based on the great input that we had received. So basically what we can say, I think, is that SUMP can greatly contribute to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and also creating more lively cities. So we are really at the point where SUMP is becoming a global standard, and I'm looking forward to the legislation by the end of this year when it will be a formal European standard also for 425 cities on the Trans-European network. This is just an example of what our small company is doing worldwide. So just to share with you, it is not an advertisement, it is just to say we have 16 European language translations, we have Chinese, Japanese, we cancelled the Russian translation after 24 February, we have Turkish, and really in major world regions like Latin America or the ASEAN network, SUMP is the talk of the day when it comes to mobility planning in cities. But let me remind you also of the major challenges that we have to overcome when we are implementing SUMP wherever in the world this may be. A major one is participation that really makes sense and that is more than just a politically correct activity. the cooperation of the institutions everywhere is one of the great barriers. And sometimes in developing an SUMP, we in parallel also develop the institutions. The planning for the functional urban area, that means not only for city in its administrative boundaries, is an important hurdle. Performance indicators, but also the coordination with other policy actors and so on. These are major challenges everywhere in the world. But in the international context, of course, that is a too wide area to generalize about, but I tried nonetheless. Important barriers that we have to overcome there are that there is still a confusion between traditional transport master plans and SUMPs. The difference is not really well understood everywhere, especially in these decision-making positions where the tenders are being written and so on. We understand that everywhere in the world infrastructure is a major challenge, so we must develop infrastructure, but it has disadvantages when we put all the mobility planning under only an infrastructure headline. We can discuss this later perhaps, but it is good that SUMPs contribute to infrastructure, but it has impacts of having a very infrastructure focus. Of course, the banks are needed to fund SUMPs, but they have very specific requirements in terms of what measures you implement, hard measures, infrastructure. What about soft measures? How you measure success financially and in a bank adequate manner. That is a major issue sometimes. Jürgen has mentioned urban sprawl. That is a very important problem in many regions of the world, and SUMPs very often are incapable of addressing the dynamics of a major region, and that is not only true for the Nairobis of this world, it is also true for medium-sized metropolitan regions and so on. Also the land use issues, I can only point a few keywords. Institutional framework development, as you can imagine, that is a big challenge. If you don't have the institutions, for example, to look after a functional urban area, how can you then develop a plan? The same for participation and so on. Social inclusion, especially of women. I'm not mentioning this in order to be politically correct, but this is an important dimension. Women are more excluded, and if you include them well, they have a capacity to contribute in a much more fundamental way than men. And of course, the specifics of the paratransit or informal mobility systems and addressing different cultures. So we really have to make sure that our SUMPs on the international level are even more responsive to the local needs by creating ownership, putting local best practices and adapting SUMPs very much to the local context. And please try not to be super perfect in every sense, but really get the main things done. We must remember that SUMP is an instrument of change management, and that is what really counts, the long-term capacity building and institutional development in the mobility sector. So if I should say in the 20 seconds which I still have, what are the essentials of SUMP? It is the 8 principles, which you can see, which you all know. I've mentioned some of them. Involvement of stakeholders, monitoring, all those keywords. We must be as good as we can when we develop SUMPs, maybe without insisting too much on the specifics every time, but creating the momentum to progress. Thank you.
Siegfried, I would like to thank you very much. I think he managed well to connect the dots between the SUMP processes in Europe vis-à-vis the challenges in the EU external world, or generally speaking, in the external world. Now, I would like to invite my second guest, my second speaker, Lorenza Tomassoni, and she will tell us about the Euromed Transport Support Project. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jürgen. Thank you for being here. Siegfried did a very, very good introduction for SUNP in developing and emerging countries where the Euromed project is working. Sorry. So just to introduce you very quickly, the Euromed Transport Super Project has two components. One is road transport, but the one we are interested in today is the urban transport component. So of course we have different objectives. The main one is to implement the regional transport action plan. And in different ways, of course. So how do we assist our partners? Partners are all countries of North Africa and Middle East. I mean Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria, Israel, Lebanon, Palestine, Syria, Libya, and Jordan. So we are trying to assist them. It is a on-demand driven project, so we can provide the technical assistance with the short-term experts. We can provide training and awareness raising events at the national and regional level. We can provide site visits, and of course we try to do advocacy at the European level to reinforce the cooperation with European cities. So where do Euromed cities stand in terms of SUNP development? As you can see in the map, there are mainly two countries today which developed SUNPs. They are Morocco and Tunisia. The other one, they are still at the master public transport plan level. They are not so aware about the SUNP, and this is a very, very big challenge for the Euromed project. So why Morocco and Tunisia developed it more than others? One of the answers could be that they engaged in the development of national urban mobility policies. With the support of Mobilize Your City, Morocco and Tunisia, they succeeded in approved their NUMS, and this was a very, very important step for cities to receive more assistance from the national level to develop their SUNP. Of course, each country has its own SUNP path and specific needs for assistance, as they are today at very different level in terms of SUNP's development. We have to adapt our response and our assistance to each of them. Just some examples of what we are doing and what we have done in terms of advocacy. We submit for membership in the cooperating group of members of ELTIS, and the Euromed project is member of this group since February 2022 in order to facilitate the access of our partners to the network and to guidance and also to cooperation with other cities. We translated SUNP guidelines in Arabic, which is still ongoing, but I hope they will be published very soon to facilitate access, mainly of smaller cities, to the guidance. And we support also peer-to-peer learning and mentoring of some cities, for example, Tangier and Sfax, with European cities on SUNP. We organize training sessions on SUNP. One example is that the Greater Tunis is starting its first SUNP now. They found funding, but they really lack capacities. They really do not know how to start. They do not know what is the next step. So we tried, for example, to organize a training to help them in better understanding what does it mean to pilot an SUNP. And in this training, we enhance also the south-to-south cooperation by asking to the city of Casablanca to intervene, as they are a very good pilot cases in the region. So there is an exchange between Morocco and Tunisia on this item. Another example is that it is an ongoing activity with Mobilize Your City. So we are together assisting the city of Sousse in Tunisia, which recently approved its SUNP. So in trying to measuring emission reduction from the action plan they recently approved. What are the steps forward? Of course, as I said, the answer cannot be the same for all the region. This is a very big region with very big challenges. So we can try to have different approaches for also different stages of SUNPs in which countries stays today. So, for example, for countries which do not know very well what is SUNP, we can provide, and they ask for more awareness raising on sustainable mobility and SUNP and technical assistance to set up a roadmap for their first SUNP. When we have some cities who are launching SUNP, we can provide more specific training and also peer-to-peer cooperation. And for cities staying stage, more advanced stage, of course, we have to provide technical assistance for implementation. So what are the next steps for the project? 2023 is the last year of the project. So we are expecting to provide a technical assistance to Jordan, to the city of Irbid, to start their first SUNP. But the main event I would like to promote here is that we would like to organize an event on SUNP in the region, so on challenges for transferring good practices on SUNP in the Euromed region. We usually bring people to Europe to see what we are doing. I would like to bring you to them and try to see what we can do together to promote SUNP and urban sustainable mobility in this region. Thank you very much.
Lorenza, thank you so much. This was very impressive, and I guess you agree with me. These guys are doing a brilliant job in this part of the world. And I think what was clear, there is no one-size-fits-all solution, and the challenges really differ, whether you are at a stage of some development or whether you move towards the implementation. So, and I think we are looking now forward to our next speaker, which is Nicolas Cruz from the Mobilize Your City. Nicolas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jürgen, for the introduction, and thank you for my colleagues for being here today. I'm going to go quickly through my presentation because I think I'm going to speak a little bit more than my colleagues. So I want to answer the question of what's happening outside of Europe in terms of urban mobility. But first, a quick reminder of what Mobilize Your City is, if you don't know it. So we're a partnership between the French, the German governments, and the EU, providing services to our city and country networks in terms of mobility planning, capacity building, advocacy, and support to implement the plans. So I'm going to show what's happening in terms of urban mobility in our geographies. So first, As you know, the urbanization phenomenon that we're experiencing in the world is happening especially in the global south, and the biggest cities that we're going to have in 2030 are going to be located mostly in Asia, Africa, and lastly Latin America. And this poses a challenge very hard to tackle in terms of urban mobility. For the Mobilize Your City cities, there is something very specific about their modal split. First is that the car use rate is not as high as other reference cities in Europe and North America. But instead, there are other kind of services present as informal transport and paratransit, as we call it. And for some cities, it is the only service provision available in the city. And we're going to see what are the challenges that this propose. But also, it's noteworthy that for some cities, especially in Africa, active modes rates are very high. The people already walk a lot because there are no other alternative in place. So in terms of greenhouse gases emissions, of course, the context we have regarding the modal split supposes that we have a low carbon mobility and not very energy intense. But on the other side, we also see that this means that there are some challenges about provision of the service because people do not have access to the city and accessibility is reduced because of the lack of provision. And this is when we need to start thinking if we want to go up high to reach other cities which are very much car-oriented, or if we want to be on the path of developing with low-carbon activities. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what paratransit is. So as I said, this is the unregulated service of transport that there are in many cities in the global south. It is very flexible, and it provides a lot of solutions to people. But then it also might be very expensive because there is no fare integration, there is no connectivity or physical integration either. But it's a vital part of urban economies in the global south, since there is an economy around the services of paratransit. But on the downside, it also poses challenges regarding air quality, inefficiency, and of course the greenhouse gases emissions. So if we want to go in the path for sustainable development, paratransit is an opportunity to leapfrog towards this sustainable development goal. So I'm going to present now what we as Mobilize Your City do in terms of giving services to our cities. So we have projects all around the world, and there is a lot of overlap with the projects presented already by Lorenza and Siegfried in Latin America, Africa, and Asia. And not only the SOMs that we're supporting, but also the NOMs. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit more. Our role as the Secretariat is to try to learn from implementation, to give some feedback to the methodologies we've taken, or we've been inspired by the European methodologies, but trying to do constant feedback to make them tailored to our geographies. So we also work as a knowledge hub, and we have many products that are very are used by our members. So you can see who are accessing these resources, especially in the global south. And we have products as, for example, model terms of reference to do a SUMP, or the emissions calculator. That is one of our flagship tools. So I'm going to stop a little bit to explain this approach of National Urban Mobility Policy and Investment Program, and it's very related to the message that Siegfried was giving us, and also Lorenza, that at the national level, Mobilize Your City realized that there was a lack of coordination and also a legal framework to enable the transition towards sustainable mobility. So we created this concept of National Urban Mobility Program, which basically is inspired in the SUMP concept, but at the national level. So the Mobilize Your City launched a few years ago the NUMP guidelines, in which there is all the recommendations to national governments to align the long-term vision in urban mobility and to coordinate better with urban stakeholders at the local level. And we have already some successful examples of this. So Cameroon, the Philippines, Thailand, and of course also the countries that Lorenza was mentioning in Morocco and in Tunisia. So this is just to mention the discussion is interesting also regarding the previous session we had with the national support programs here in Europe. There is a lot to learn also from other geographies in this regard. So this just to end, and it's how SUMPs and urban mobility planning in general helps us to track the results because of the MRV systems that are in place, but also to make suitable projects suitable for banking later on. So we have completed by the end of last year 7 SUMPs and 4 NUMPs, and there were identified almost 15 billion in investment needed, mostly related to public transport infrastructure and rolling stock and roads and public space. And from this almost 15 billion, almost 1.3 billion have already been mobilized in partnership with a lot of our colleagues from the development institutions we work with. And they're mostly related to public transport development, roads and public space, and of course their rolling stock. This is the last thing I'm going to say about this, and it's related to the MRV system beyond the numbers that are here present, that are the impact that all the SUMPs and NUMPs that we're preparing will have. It's more the framework that urban mobility planning provides for cities to account the impact they're going to have when adopting such policies. So just to finalize the presentation, I'm going to tell a little bit the story of Santo Domingo, which was one of the first cities for which in the partnership they found finance to do a SUMP together with two other African cities. So Santo Domingo, just to put in context, is the capital of the Dominican Republic. It has a third of the inhabitants of the whole country, and it's a metropolitan region with other 4 cities, municipalities. And they did the SUMP under the umbrella of Mobilize Your City, following the methodology adapted from the original SUMP guideline. And it was first thought as a policy instrument to achieve the NDC goals that the Dominican Republic had set, because it was managed by the national government, and by the time there was no a local institution taking care of this regulation. So it counted with the support of 500,000 euros to develop the SUMP, and it was mainly to tackle the problem of a high rate of car use and the services of paratransit that were in place. So the SUMP was done, and in 2019 it was finished, and a new institution called the Intrant was created after the SUMP. This is a very peculiar case because it's a national institution who has the responsibility of taking care of the SUMP. So there is a lot of multi-level governance and coordination, and these are one of the impacts expected after the SUMP. Increase the public transport accessibility and increase the modal share of public transport, and reduce, of course, the greenhouse gases emissions. So yeah, the challenge when the SUMP was done is how to transition from the preparation of the SUMP to the implementation. So gladly, in Santo Domingo, there was a fertile environment to advance and progress with the implementation of the SUMP. So first, at the national level, they also enacted their own NUMP, the National Policy for Urban Mobility, and it was enacted by law, and it aligned the two levels of governments in the same direction. We're going to promote public transport, we're going to reduce emissions, we're going to foster active modes of transport. Also, the SUMP was strong and innovative, but it was realistic. So it was very, let's say, appreciated by the institutions who could finance and support and implement, because it was, it was realistic, and it was done also with the support of a lot of stakeholders that could contribute to put feasible actions into the action plan. And finally, the third element is that funds were available. So mainly the city got access to European funds implemented by AFD, and with a little bit of co-finance from the Inter-American Development Bank. So after the SUMP and with all these elements together, the new project started. It's called the Assistance for the Implementation of the SUMPs, or IPEMUS, how they call it, and it has identified 18 projects for two main objectives. One is the reinforcement of the NUMP that there is in the Dominican Republic, and the second is to advance specific implementation of the SUMP through pre- or feasibility studies and pilot projects. So there were 4 topics prioritized, taken from the action plan of the SUMP, of public transport, electromobility, active modes, and traffic management and logistics, of which the reform of paratransit sector makes part. So this is just to say what's there for the future of the SUMP in Santo Domingo. It has a lot of momentum, both politically and technically. And their new priorities will be identified after we see the results of the 18 first measures. The project is going to be on for 4 years. And it's a really successful story of how we can actually pass from this plan, that it's only a document, to make it accountable for the institutions and the people living in the city. And just to finish, as the Intrant, as I mentioned, it's a national institution. All the work that they've been doing in Santo Domingo is creating already spillover effects in all other cities in the Dominican Republic, which start to work on not only sustainable urban mobility plans, but in general this approach of thinking about people before cars for mobility planning. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Nicolas, for this quite impressive presentation and information on Santo Domingo. Now, last but not least, I would like to invite Marcel Rometz from our CINEA agency. Marcel, the floor is yours.
Microphone. Good. It's here. So, good morning, everybody. I have prepared just a few slides, which are not about sums, but they have a more broader perspective. But you know, he's busy talking now. When I see these slides and these very nice, extensive presentations about what we have achieved with the sums, Siegfried, get up, because this is the man that started this whole story. And Siegfried, can you remember when we were in DG Environment and when we started talking in a small group, and at that time it was not called Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan, but Sustainable Urban Transport Plan. And I've forgotten, but can you remember in which year this was? So when the story started? So 2005, 2006. And, you know, this was discussion perhaps of 10, 12 friends. And now, you know, it's a global standard. It's becoming a global standard. So I think first, I mean, we owe a lot to this gentleman. And second, this shows the power of innovation in urban mobility in Europe. We are, with our projects, really producing things that are on the forefront in the world. We are spending quite some money there. And of course, you cannot predict, this is innovation, what is going to fly and what's not going to fly. But I think this is a very, very, very convincing success story. And I hope we will have more like this. I'm going to talk, I don't know which button. Good. So I'm going to talk about the Civitas program, about 20 years about Civitas. I was there in the beginning. I'm still there a little bit in the background. But I'm not going to talk about the challenges. I'm not going to talk about the policies. I'm not going to talk about all the money that is necessary to help our cities implement sustainable urban mobility measures. Just going to talk from a very specific perspective. I'm also not going to talk about sums, but I'm going to look at urban mobility research from the perspective of a funder. And I'm going to focus on the international dimension from the perspective of a funder. It adds a lot of value to what you have already seen, because these presentations were really about great things that are being done on the ground, but I place myself now in the perspective of the funder. I just have a few modest words, a few modest observations, and when I go back and when I look back at 20 years, it was almost the same time that we started with the sums. This was a phase where transport research and urban mobility research was only really starting in Europe, let's say the year 2000, 2005. And we were exploring the international opportunities, the international dimension, basically, that urban mobility research could have. And at that stage, we didn't bring in all kind of international contacts, but we focused on two partners. We worked together with the US Clean Cities program, which was a program funded by the US Department of Energy. And at that moment, they were also opening up internationally. And we had a lot of contacts with them. On one side, on how to deal with international partners and how to deal with, let's say, exchange in an international context. What can you do, but also what can you give, but also what can you win. At the same time, we had excellent contacts with our American colleagues, and we also talked a lot about program management and program implementation. And also, let's say, how do you build a community? The Americans always make a lot of noise. They even make a lot of noise about nothing. But, I mean, we learn a lot from them on how to focus on corporate identity, on how to organize events, red carpets. So this was really very interesting and useful. More from a delivery point of view, more from the perspective of, you know, how can our knowledge, our European knowledge help? How can our European ideas help also in an international dimension? We established a contact with the China Academy for Transport Sciences, where there was an urban transport research center, which was called KUSTREC. And let's say we exchanged more in an institutional dimension. Of course, you know that when you work with Chinese, we had quite some delegations of Chinese coming here as part of the international training of Chinese officials. We also went to China. And what the Chinese were interested in is to learn from us about how do you deal with integrated policy making. They were interested in our evaluation process, impact evaluation, process evaluation for Civitas. they were, of course, interested in getting our best practices, because Chinese are always good to steal ideas. And also what they liked a lot, and this you should see, of course, from the Chinese perspective, on how we deal with the political dimension of the work that we were doing in urban mobility. And when we went on official missions to Beijing, they always were very happy if we brought politicians with us. And we also established contacts between Chinese politicians and European politicians. So place this then in a timeline. Now we make a jump in time. We are 10 years later. We start Horizon 2020. It started in the year 2014. And by the way, 2014 was also the year that the first ever Civitas Forum conference took place outside of the EU. And it took place in Casablanca and Morocco. Very interesting to see how many Moroccan cities are now active in SUMS. What did we do in the last 7 years, so in Horizon 2020? I mean, the figures are rather impressive. 126 projects, 1,900 partners, €1 billion EU contribution, and clear, I mean, you see the green map of cities where activities have taken place, 2 types of activities. On one side, more focused research demonstration activities, but at the same time we still have the original concept of Civitas, where we work on implementing integrated packages of measures. So knowledge development, but also focusing on the traditional evaluation, implementation of integrated packages. And you see at the bottom the international dimension, where in our projects we are cooperating at global level too. I can give you many examples, which I don't want to do, but just a few. First, I want to highlight, we have 2 approaches in international cooperation. We have approaches, the first approach is where at work program design level, we say this is an international cooperation project and we want it to look like this. But also we have bottom-up opportunities where we say, if you want to do international cooperation in this specific topic, so in projects selected under this topic, I mean, feel free to come up with a proposal. These are some pictures from some of our projects. It's the CREATE project, where we have worked and done dissemination activities in South Africa, Mozambique, and quite some more detailed work has happened in Amman, Jordan. We have the Solutions Plus project, which is really a global cooperation project on electromobility, which even takes place in a global political context in cooperation with international funding bodies. Civitas Destinations, where there was a specific cooperation with China. And we had a cluster of urban logistics project where a cooperation was established with the US Department for Transport and where exchange workshops have taken place. So looking back at 20 years of international activities, some personal reflections. So I'm not placing myself now in the position of the official of the European Commission. I mean, questions on which I don't have an answer, perhaps a few, but I leave it at the level of questions for reflection. Are we sufficiently clear in our objectives of these international cooperation projects? How do we measure value for money? What is better, or what is the right combination, top-down or bottom-up? And in case of bottom-up, where we offer this opportunity, are we always clear about what we would consider reasonable activities and reasonable budgets? On exceptional funding for third countries, because international cooperation activities, I mean, we need to make an explicit decision to finance these. is it always clear why, as EU, we would finance this and why the country itself could not finance this? And then, as a head of unit in CINEA, last comment, these international cooperation projects come with a lot of extra work, poor project managers, and of course we need to work hand in hand with our parents, with our policy DGs, so that we feed also our experiences in the design and in the policy making that they are doing, and also spread wider in the European Commission. Jürgen is telling me that I need to shut up, which I happily do. So thank you very much for your attention. Contact details in case you have further questions outside of the session. Jürgen.
Hello? Okay. Well, Marcel, thanks a lot. I think the next time we should have a talk show between this gentleman, and we could listen 2 hours, and we would learn a lot. Thanks so much. Now I would like to invite my guests to the sofa upstairs, and I will ask them some questions. Let's see what they will tell us and whether they have answers to these questions. Make yourself comfortable. Very good. So, dear colleagues, I would really like to take the chance now to really ask individual questions, you know, along the theme. And I would like to start with Nicolas. Because within the Mobilize Your City cooperation in the Global South, you, Mobilize Your City, developed a very innovative tool to strengthen the methodological approach of the SAMs when it comes to the notion of emissions. Could you tell us a bit more about it, also with a view to could something like this be replicated to other parts of the world? Please.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. Yes, actually, how I mentioned it during my presentation, one of our flagship products in our knowledge platform is the emissions calculator. And this is a very, we find it useful tool for practitioners and the local officials in the cities where we work, because it's a way to centralize all the data that the cities are producing and to translate all this data into emissions quantification for greenhouse gases. So yeah, and it's not only a tool to create an inventory, but also to play with some assumptions in the future. So you could actually create the scenarios, climate scenarios when you're building your sump. And we found it that it's very much appreciated, because at the end dealing with all these calculations sometimes is very hard. Now the challenge we have is the inclusion of all this feedback that we're getting when the tool is implemented. And actually today we're launching the new version of the emissions calculator. It got some improvements related to the modes of transport that can be included in the tool. And actually new technologies as hydrogen trains and new developments that we see cities are demanding. And now the task to be done with the tool is to support cities more and more with the default data, because sometimes gathering the data collection process is very difficult and demanding. So a good start for a city that doesn't have the data available, it's a very good support to provide this by default or proxy data. We're working on that. So yeah, this is...
Thanks, Nicolas. Lorenza, when you listen to Nicolas, what do you think in your part of the world, in your region? Is this something you think could also be very helpful and could be replicated or whatsoever?
Yes, I think it's very important, because today cities in the Euromed region, they start to be aware about this challenge of climate in urban mobility. The main challenge, I say, it should be data. because there is clearly a lack of data on urban mobility in all cities. So the opportunity to support SUNP surveys, it's a very big opportunity also to raise awareness about what we can do with such data and calculate emission reduction is something very important for them, even if we have to be aware that they are growing. I mean, developing countries are developing countries, so they are not going to reduce their emission. We can just try to slow down the emission growing in such countries and such cities by proposing alternatives to private cars, such as public transport, walking. Walking is, in the largest part of cities we are working with, walking represents more than 50% of the modal share. So they are facing big challenges in trying to keep such modal shares today, and I think that it is a major challenge also for climate.
Okay, thanks. Lorenza, I would like to stay with you for the moment because I would like to raise another question. It's about the promotion and transfer of some guidelines in your part of the world where you're working. And following your experience in the neighborhood South region, the Mediterranean context, what would you think are the three major challenges for southern cities to adopt and implement the SUMP guidelines? And how can the Euromed Transport Support Project really facilitate it? Could you limit it to really the 3 big points you would reckon as the most relevant ones?
Okay, thank you for your question. If I have to stress 3 points, I would say first of all it's governance. I mean, the countries and cities we are working with today, they are very centralized governance system. That means we have to go through the national level to promote SUNP and to provide assistance to cities to develop SUNPs because they do not have resources, and this is another point, is the lack of capacities. When I speak about resources, it's both financial resources and human resources. So this is a very big challenge, and this is why we are trying to promote trainings and awareness raising and cooperation with European cities. We have among our objectives the reinforcement of the cooperation in the Civitas network, and this is something we really try hard to do. It's not easy. This is why the experience in Casablanca, I was there in 2014, it was a very good experience for me, and this is why the Euromed project can propose, for example, next year an event on SUNP in the region. And the third point, I would stress it should be vision. Speaking about long-term vision for developing countries is very difficult because they are dealing with daily challenges, daily urban mobility demand, and they have no time to deal with in 10 years. They deal with tomorrow. So it's somehow difficult to raise awareness of political people to really give the attention to the long-term vision instead of the instance.
Okay, thank you very much. I saw Siegfried and Marcel really supporting what you are saying. I don't know, a quick reaction from your end on what Lorenza said?
I agree with everything you say, except one point and one addition. I agree with financing having to come from national and international bodies. That is crucial. with capacity building, completely d'accord. But we also need to consider regulation. Cities have to be, we must find ways of making sure that national governments create the institutional framework and the laws of cities to cooperate in a way which we in Europe have found to be effective. And that, I think, is a tough cookie, but we must deal with that problem. When you say the cities in developing countries have day-to-day needs, yes, absolutely, but if you don't know where you're going, then you may be going in the wrong direction. So it is important to address short-term needs and to have a view of where you want to go, also in order to win over people. But the balancing between the two, of course, is really difficult. If people die on the road every day, I mean, it's not easy to talk about cycling. And there I would really say we have to also get this colonial idea out of our mind and to say, yes, cycling may not be the best solution everywhere. And that's what we have said in Kiev, for example, when we did the SUMP there, because the safety was could not be ensured, and so on. That's just an example, of course. But otherwise, I completely agree. I think we also have to add another aspect when we talk about measure implementation, which you rightly, of course, focus on. The banking requirements are not very clear from a mobility perspective. They are clear from an infrastructure perspective because this is what banks have been doing all those years. Perfect, no critique. But mobility as a system of mobility culture, as a system of learning, cooperation between actors, that is underdeveloped in the minds of bankers. Excuse me if you cut me off from future. Anyhow, so that I think is an important idea to put into the minds of the banking side. Also the idea of things may go wrong, and if they are in the contract and in the application, they have to be taken out. We must have the flexibility for corrective action. Otherwise, we are not making progress, and the demands of the climate challenge are too big. Yeah. And one final point, maintenance. Please, please, it is so nice to build the new traffic center, but in 5 years it is outdated. So please, funders everywhere also have this on your radar. And finally, if I may use the time, this is part of a global learning process. We must look at it in policy terms. And I mentioned the colonial approach of the North-South. We must work more on South-South cooperations. Our idea always must be, I mean the Europeans, the Northern Hemisphere, we must have the motto, we make ourselves redundant. So wherever we go, we must, when we leave, we must leave behind infrastructures, I mean intellectual infrastructures and institutional infrastructures, which enable the local people to continue without us. And that is a very difficult task, but that is what we have to do.
Siegfried, thank you so much. I'm very sorry, we are running a bit out of time. I would have loved to listen to Marcel's view, but Marcel, if you allow, I would like to ask you another question, which is related to Civitas, because Civitas over the years has invested quite some resources in international activities, and in your view, and I admit this is a bit of a provocative question, in your view, did this investment only bring benefits for the recipient countries and the beneficiaries, or did the EU, in return, also gain from it? In your view, what could be done to reinforce this mutual benefit agenda? Marcel.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I think, let's say, first part of an answer is that there can be very good political reasons to give, and not to think too much about and what do we earn back. We give because, for example, at global level, we have agreed, we have pledged to give. On a more practical level, I mean, our money is research money. There is such a beautiful concept as science diplomacy, where we say we use research to build up friendship, to build up trust with countries. So I think, that giving is not necessarily bad, as long as we know why we are giving, and we are clear about it, at least for ourselves. The second question is then, you know, how can we maximize benefit for us? For example, you see now in the SUMP concept that is emerging globally, there are very valuable lessons that perhaps we can get back into Europe, like dealing with uncertainty, the debate about short-term, long-term. I don't want to mention what's happening in Ukraine now, but you know, this is an example of where, in principle, you plan for the future, but where you have political instability, where you have financial instability, where suddenly, in the future, financial opportunities are being created. And I think, let's say, this is perhaps, these are some anecdotal elements that we may integrate back in our European debate. On technology, because also we have technological projects where we try to bring European technologies into the market. There also it's very clear we help European industry to create or to extend global markets, and there are lessons coming back. Usually our European technology is very well thought out. It's very sophisticated, but then the question is, and this then goes also back to the technology providers, you know, is it not too sophisticated? And bringing a very sophisticated bus somewhere, indeed, how would it look after 5 years and how would it look after 10 years? Do they have the capacities to maintain this technology? Do they have the brains to, once you bring this technology there, to further develop it? For reasons of time, I want to stop.
Thank you so much. This is indeed, I couldn't agree more with what you are saying. You see, now I'm in a problem as a moderator because now I would love to continue this dialogue, but now I also would like to give at least a little bit of time for question and answers. And I don't know, where's my technical director? I don't. Do we have any questions from the remote participants? If not, you know, I would really like, sorry, before I'm doing that, you know, since I'm coming from the external world, and I hope that there will be EU delegations who are listening to us. I really hope that, you know, my friends in delegations, that they will be very inspired by what my colleagues were saying, and, you know, that basically the cooperation will be boosted in the future under the new multi-annual financial frameworks and the respective cooperation programs. Okay, now, are there any questions from the audience you would like to raise to our four participants? I can see no hand. All clear? Fantastic. So, okay. Is there anything from the remote participants? No? Okay. Look, taking into account that we are now basically close to 1:15, I would really like to thank you for your participation. I think all of us, you know, we now really understood translating a SUMP concept into an EU external action environment. That's a very complex issue because you have a completely different environment. But we have seen there are solutions, and we have seen also that we can learn, you know, from our partners and our stakeholders. Take, for instance, the NUMP concept in Morocco and under Mobilize the City. We're now talking at the European Union about national support programs. I mean, this is partly already done. So, having said that, I would really like to thank you for your participation, and I wish you all the best, and I'm sure we'll meet again in one or the other fora. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you again.
I never meant to cause you any sorrow. I never meant to cause you any pain. I only wanted one time to see you laughing. I only want to see you laughing in the purple rain, purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple. Purple rain, purple rain. I only want to see you bathing in the purple rain. I don't want to be your weekend lover. I don't want to be some kind of friend. Baby, I could never steal you from another. It's such a shame our friendship had to end. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. I only want to see you underneath the purple rain. Honey, I know times are changing. It's time we all reach out for something new. That means you too. You say you want a leader, you can't seem to make up your mind. I think you better close it. Let me guide you through the purple rain, purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain,
There's a calm before the storm. I know it's been coming for some time. When it's over, so they say, it'll rain a sunny day. I know, shining down like water. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Coming down on a sunny day. Yesterday and the days before, sun is cold and rain is hard. I know, been that way for all my time. To forever on it goes, for the circle, fast and slow. I know it can't stop. I wonder. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Coming down on a sunny day.
My love has got a humor. She's a giggle at a funeral. Was everybody's disapproval. I was to worship her sooner. If the heavens ever this big, she's the last room mouthpiece. Every sun is getting more bleak. A fresh poison each week. We were born sick, you heard them say it. My church offers no one absolute. She tells me worship in the bedroom.
is no sweeter innocence than our gentle sin. In the madness and soul, and there's that lovely scene. Only then I am human, only then I am clean. Oh, take me to church, I'll worship like a dog in the shrine of your lies. I'll tell you my sins so you can show me a knife. Offer me that death is a good God, let me give you my life. Take me to church, I'll worship like a dog in the shrine of your lies. I'll tell you my sins so you can show me a knife. Offer me that death is a good God, let me give you my life. Amen.
You gotta go and get angry at all of my honesty. You know I try, but I don't do too well with apologies. I hope I don't run out of time. Could someone call a referee? 'Cause I just need one more shot at forgiveness. I know you know that I made those mistakes maybe once or twice. By once or twice, I mean maybe a couple of 100 times. So let me redeem all myself tonight. 'Cause I just need one more shot at second chances. Yeah, is it too late now to say sorry? 'Cause I'm missing more than just you, buddy. Oh, is it too late now to say sorry? Yeah, I know that I let you down. Is it too late to say I'm sorry now? Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Every single piece of the blame if you want me to. Oh, but you know that there is no innocent one in this game for two. I go, and then you go out and spill the truth. Can we both say the words and forget this? Yeah, is it too late now to say sorry? 'Cause I'm missing more than just your body. Yeah, is it too late now to say sorry? Yeah, I know Your baby used to be a pride and joy. You used to take me dancing just like any other boy. But now you found another partner, left me like a broken toy. Someone else you're taking, someone else you're playing too. Honey, though I'm making, know just what I have to do. If I can have you when I'm waking, I go to sleep and dream I'm with you. Oh, take me, take me, take me to the dreamer's ball. I'll be right on time and I'll dress so fine. You're gonna love me when you see me. I won't have to worry. Take me, promise not to wake me till it's morning. It's all been through. What do you say about that, hey honey? Are you gonna take me to that dreamer's ball? I like it. Right on that 42nd Street. Way down, downtown, Dreamer's Town. Oh, take me, take me, take me under plaything now. You make my life worthwhile with the slightest smile. Or destroy me with a barely perceptible whisper. Gently take me. Remember, I'll be dreaming of my baby at the dreamer's ball. Take me. I'm your plaything now. Take this pink ribbon off my eyes. I'm exposed, and it's no big surprise. Don't you think I know exactly where I stand? This world is forcing me to hold your hand. 'Cause I'm just a girl, oh little old me. Well, don't let me out of your sight. Oh, I'm just a girl, all pretty and petite. So don't let me have any rights. Oh, getting to here. The moment that I step outside, so many reasons for me to run and hide. I can't do the little things I hold so dear. 'Cause it's all those little things that I fear. 'Cause I'm just a girl, I'd rather not be. 'Cause they won't let me drive late at night. Oh, I'm just a girl, guess I'm some kind of freak. 'Cause they all sit and stare with their eyes. Ooh, am I
try to hurt me with the word goodbye, though it took some time to survive you. I'm better on the other side. I'm all good already, so move on, it's scary. I'm not where you left me at all. So if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, oh no no. If you wanna believe that anything can stop me, babe, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. If you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, oh. If you wanna believe that anything could stop me, hey, don't show up.
She says love for me could never die, but that change if she ever found out about you and I. Oh, but her love is cold. Wouldn't help her if she didn't know, 'cause when it gets too much, I need to feel your touch. I'm gonna run to you. I'm gonna run to you. 'Cause when I'm feeling it's right, I'm gonna run all night. I'm gonna run to you. She's got the heart of cold. She never lets me down. But you're the one that always turns me on. You keep me coming round. I know her love is true, but it's so damn easy making love to you. I got my mind made up. I need to feel your touch. I'm gonna run to you. I'm gonna run to you. 'Cause when the feeling is right, I'm gonna stay all night. I'm gonna run to you. I'm gonna run to you. Yes, I'm gonna run to you. 'Cause when the feeling is right, I'm gonna run all night. I'm gonna run to you. nights of emptiness. I'm only human, a flesh and blood are made. Human, born to make mistakes. So many nights I long to hold you. So many times I looked and saw your face. Nothing could change the way I feel. No one else could ever take your place. I'm only human, a flesh and blood of me. Human, born to make mistakes.
The tears I cry aren't tears of pain. They're only to hide my guilt and shame. I forgive you. Now I ask the same of you. While we were apart, I was human too.
I'm only human, a flesh and blood of me. Human, born to make mistakes.
Ich will nur, dass du tanzt zu diesem Lied. Ich will nur, dass du glücklich bist, Marie. Ich will nur, dass du tanzt zu diesem Beat. Ich will nur, dass du glücklich bist, Marie. Auf Seite 12, da steht mein Horoskop. Heute treffe ich sie bei Neonlicht und Stroboskop. Bin nicht der Typ, der so auf Disco steht, aber heute mach ich das, was mir Frau Roche erst rät. Und dann geh ich rein in dieses Etablissement. Sie stand direkt vor mir und das wusste ich schon. Oh Mann, wie stell ich mir jetzt bloß am besten vor? Verdammt, es ist so laut hier und ich schreie ins Ohr. Ich will nur, dass du tanzt zu diesem Lied. Ich will nur, dass du glücklich bist, Marie. Ich will nur, dass du tanzt zu diesem Beat. Ich will nur, dass du glücklich bist, Marie. Verschwitzen Menschenmassen, reckeln sich und mich. Steig über Scherben, du, ich suche nur dich. Ich kann nicht erkennen, in meinen Augen brennt der Rauch wie eine Marie-Erscheinung. Tauchst du plötzlich auf, deine Haare fliegen im Kreis, du hast die Augen zu. Ich brauch keinen Beweis mehr, die Richtige bist du. Komm, tanz, genau, ich will dich tanzen sehen. Marie, mein Mädchen, du bist wunderschön. Ich will nur, dass du tanzt zu diesem Lied. Ich will nur, dass du glücklich bist, Marie. Ich will nur, dass du tanzt zu diesem Beat. Ich will nur, dass du glücklich bist, Marie. Ich will nur, dass du tanzt zu diesem Lied. Ich will nur, dass du glücklich bist, Marie. Ich will nur, dass du tanzt zu diesem Beat. Ich will nur, dass du glücklich bist, Marie. Zu viel Flower Power, unbetrunkener Humor. Die ganze Zeit renn ich dir nach, und jetzt klebst du mir am Ohr. Du nimmst meine Hand, willst endlich mit mir tanzen gehen, doch Marie, es tut mir leid, ich kann kaum noch stehen.
I've been trying to call. I've been on my own for long enough. Maybe you can show me how to love. Maybe I'm going through withdrawals, and you don't even have to do too much. You can turn me on with just a touch, baby. I look around, Sin City's cold and empty. No one's around to judge me. I can see clearly when you're gone, you're gone, you're gone. And I say
I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. And I say, oh, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, when I'm like this, you're the one I trust.
I'm running out of time, 'cause I can see the sun light up the sky. So I hit the road in overdrive, baby. Oh, the city's cold and empty, and no one's around to judge me. And I can see clearly when you're gone, gone, gone.
I say, oh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I say, oh, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, when I'm like this, you're the one I trust.
I'm just walking by to let you know I can never say it on the phone. We'll never let you go. A 1, 2, 3. Bum, bum, ba-da-bum, boom, ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-bum, boom, ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-bum, bum.
I said, oh,
to me, I know, but I can't change. Try to tell you, but you look at me like maybe I'm an angel underneath, innocent and sweet. Yesterday I cried. It must have been relief to see the softer side. I can understand how you've been so confused. I don't envy you. I'm a little bit of everything. All I need to want. I'm a bitch. I'm a lover. I'm a child. I'm a mother. I'm a sinner. I'm a saint. I do not feel ashamed. I'm your hell. I'm your dream. I'm nothing in between. You know you wouldn't want it any other way. So take me as I am. This may mean you'll have to be a stronger man. Rest assured that when I start to make you nervous and I'm going to extremes, tomorrow I will change. Today will mean nothing. I'm a bitch. I'm a lover. I'm a child. I'm a mother. I'm a sinner. I'm a saint. I do not feel ashamed. I'm your hell. I'm your dream. Nothing in between. You know you wouldn't want it any other way. Just when you think you got me figured out, the season's already changing. I think it's cool you do what you do, and don't try to save me. I'm a bitch, I'm a tease, I'm a goddess on my knees. When you hurt, when you suffer, I'm your angel undercover. I've been numbed, I'm revived, can say I'm not alive. You know I wouldn't want it any other way.
I heard you crying loud all the way across town, 'cause you've been searching for that someone, and it's me out on the prowl. She sat around feeling sorry for yourself.
Well, don't get lonely now, and dry your whining eyes. I'm just roaming for the moment, sleaze in my backyard, so don't get so uptight. You've been thinking about ditching me.
No time to search the world around, 'cause you know where I'll be found when I come around. When I come around. Well, I've heard it all before, so don't knock down on my door, 'cause I'm a loser and a user, so I don't need no accuser to try and slag me down, because I know you're right.
So go do what you like. Make sure you do it wise. You may find out that your self-doubt means nothing was ever there. You can't go forcing something if it's just not right.
No time to search the world around, 'cause you know where I'll be found when I come around. When I come around. When I come around. When I come around.
Finally, it has happened to me, right in front of my face. My feelings can describe it. Meeting Mr. Right, the man of my dreams, the one who shows me true love, or so it seems. The brown cocoa skin and curly black hair, it's just the way he looks at me, the gentle you saying? Said there's another. Look right in my eyes. My first love broke my heart for the first time, and I was like, baby, 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 ooh, oh, baby, 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 ooh, baby, 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 ooh. Thought you'd always be mine. For you, I would have done whatever, and I just can't believe we ain't together. And I wanna play it cool, but I'm losing you. I'll buy you anything, I'll buy you any ring, and I'm in pieces. Baby, fix me, and just shake me till you wake me from these bad dreams. I'm going down, 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 and I just can't believe my first love won't be around. I'm like, baby, 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 ooh, like baby, 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 no, baby, 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 ooh, thought you'd always be mine, baby, 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 ooh, like baby, 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 no, like baby, 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 ooh, thought you'd always be mine, mine. Baby, 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 ooh, baby, 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 no, baby, 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 ooh, thought you'd always be mine, mine, baby. Now I'm all gone. Now I'm all gone. No, I'm all gone.
As I look into your eyes, I see the sunrise. The light behind your face helps me realize. We will sleep and sometimes love until the moon shines. Maybe the next time I'll be yours and maybe you'll be mine. I don't know if it's even in your mind at all. It could have been me at this moment in time. Is it in your mind at all? It should have been me. It could have been me forever. Wandering through life, will love come home to you? The love you want forever will be with you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry to scare you. I will try to speak a little bit more calm. It's 2:15 and we are going to start our afternoon session. And this afternoon session, and everyone who is not participating the session, may I ask to leave the room, otherwise just sit down or stand. Will be a very interactive session, and it's all about talking about Civitas and towards Civitas 2030. Well, I'm trying to get the next slide. Here we are. I was a bit too fast. My name is Fred Dotter. I'm working for Mobile 21 from Belgium. I'm also the project coordinator of Civitas Elevate, which is the Civitas coordination and support action. It's my pleasure to moderate this session today. And already last year at the Civitas Forum conference in Aachen, we had one of those sessions. And last year we called it the transition from Civitas 2020 to Civitas 2030. And this is basically a follow-up of the session that we had last year. And how is it organized? We want that all of you share your views on how the Civitas initiative could contribute to addressing several challenges. Challenges regarding the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy, the EU Urban Mobility Framework, and so on. And especially with a focus on how we, the Civitas community, can elevate as well, and how can we evolve. So when we talk about our structures, functionalities, and how we could link all of those with other communities, other initiatives. The sequence or the setting of this session is as follows. We are going to start with 2 very short keynote speeches. No slides. So that's good. It's 5 minutes. We're going to start with Mr. Grigoris Konstatellos. He's the mayor of my most favorite Greek city because it's so difficult to pronounce, but I'm now doing my best. Vari Voula Vouliameni, or the 3V. And he's not only the mayor of the city, but he's also the vice chair of the Civitas Policy Advisory Committee. So you will tell us a little bit about the policy aspect in Civitas. You can already come up. Afterwards, after Grigoris, it will be Octavia, Dr. Octavia Stepan. She's head of sector integrated transport and urban mobility of CINEA. Also she, Octavia, here you are. You will give us a short introduction on the Civitas initiative and what it means also. And after those 2 very short speeches, we are getting to work. And then we are going to do a World Cafe session. And how this one is organized, I'm going to tell you when the time has come. So, Grigoris, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes. Please. Yes, that's yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fred. Because I'm coming from the political world, I have decided to have some notes, otherwise I will be speaking forever. You know, this is the habit of all political personnel around the globe. So I'll have my notes here. I'm going to address some issues that are of great importance for us. Thank you, Fred, for the introduction. I hope next time Vari Voula Vouliameni will be much more fluent on your pronunciation. Distinguished participant, my fellow panelists, good evening. It is a great pleasure to attend this top-tier event and to meet and greet physically the other members of the Civitas community and, of course, all other shareholders. Before I start my brief remark, let me introduce myself. I'm Grigoris Konstatellos, and since 2014, I'm the mayor of the city of Vari Voula Vouliameni, a coastal suburb at Athens metropolitan area in Greece. And since 2020, I am a vice chairman of the Civitas Policy Advisory Committee, which I have the honor to represent today at this panel. I'm here to share with you PAC's vision about the transition of the Civitas from 2030 to Civitas 2030, and to be more accurate, the current PAC's vision. As this is something that was thoroughly discussed and agreed during the PAC's last meeting in May 2022 in Vari Voula Vouliameni, and also yesterday on the 6th PAC meeting here in Brno. So, which should be the future role of the PAC in the Civitas 2030? It's a great question. Let's find some real answers. As one of the basic pillars of the Civitas community, should PAC continue to deliver policy recommendation and act as the liaison between the DG Move and the Civitas network of cities, as well as the CiviNet national and regional networks. I don't think anybody wouldn't agree with this statement. As well as to support the DG Move on various issues regarding the Civitas community, taking part in key Civitas activities, and most important, to strengthen the involvement of the local politicians from Civitas cities to Civitas activities, acting top, down, and bottom up. As I'm sure you already know, that 15 PAC members are elected politicians from Civitas network cities within the European Union, thus representing European cities and citizens to the DG Move and Civitas community. This means that they're bringing real ideas from the cities to the policy level. So, which is our dream and vision for 2030? Do we want Civitas to remain an advisory body, or do we want to see its role enhanced and broadened within the Civitas community? And how we can achieve that? How can the Civitas initiative contribute to addressing the challenge of the sustainable and smart mobility strategy, the European Green Deal, the new EU urban mobility framework, the climate neutral and smart cities missions, and other EU initiatives? In other words, how can we enhance the policy aspect in Civitas PAC? First, to organize more bilateral meetings with the DG Move so that the PAC can accomplish its role adequately and give proper inputs on the proposed legislation from the EU and DG Move, of course, before this legislation is being published and not afterwards, as it happens regularly. Second, to enhance physical meetings, both within the PAC members and the Civitas community, to promote the connection within the cities and the exchange of best practices. Third, to conduct site visits in European cities of the Civitas community, as it is very important to facilitate the transfer of knowledge from one city to another. If someone has succeeded, has to share it with others. Fourth, as a body of elected politicians, PAC should remain as such in order to play a key role as a political advisory body to the DG Move. We shouldn't add to the body of elected politicians other functions that will blend and will dissolute the decisions and the ideas of the politicians towards the decision makers. Fifth, it is necessary to blend new members' enthusiasm as well as older members' experience and maintain the open call for expressions of interest from elected politicians of the Civitas community with geographical allocation throughout the European continent. Last but not least, PAC should be and act as an ambassador to other Civitas cities and promote sustainable urban mobility and other relevant initiatives, as well as to disseminate EU's urban mobility policies. Our main goal for the next years, till 2030, is to unify, to connect, and to conduct the three pillars of CiviNet initiative, which is the Civitas Elevate, the PAC, and the CiviNets throughout Europe, in order to work together for better results for urban mobility in Europe. Thank you for your attention.
To the point. Thank you very much.
The time was okay?
It was excellent. Okay. It was excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, one of my most favorite mayors. Keeping... you can go downstairs. Yeah, yeah.
I'm not taking this with
No, you don't need it. You don't need it. Our next speakers are already introduced. It's my project officer, Octavia. We all know her. Octavia, wow. I already introduced you, so please, it's your 5 minutes. Here you have a microphone. Please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining this session. As Fred said, this is a follow-up of a session that we had last year on transition from Civitas 2020 to Civitas 2030. I have tried to summarize in this diagram, let's say, the main elements and how Civitas should work. This is what we have tried to put together, and the components that we have tried to make to work together in the last 20 years since this initiative started. Everything started from the measures. from the thematic areas. We have active mobility, mobility management, efficient vehicles, and so on. The idea was that these measures should not act in a city in a single way. You will not achieve energy efficiency, climate neutrality, safer streets, more beautiful and livable cities if you focus only on one of these measures. That's why they need to work in integration. And that's why in Civitas we have tried to make them work in integration. So they reinforce each other. We have in Civitas two types of major projects: the traditional demonstration projects or living lab projects. And each of these projects is focusing on at least 5 living labs. And each of these 5 living labs has to implement at least 5 measures in at least 5 of these 10 thematic areas. So again, integration and reinforcing packages of measure. What is the great, let's say, value of these innovation actions, of these demonstration projects, is that they accumulate, as I said also in a session on climate neutral cities earlier today, they bring together all those local partners that should work together in really to make things work and to really give results. Then we have more projects that are focusing only on one aspect, collaborative research, where we don't have so many pilots, we don't have so many measures being active and tested on the ground. They just explore what would be the best way and the most effective way to really achieve results with a specific measure. And then finally, this entire community created of cities, of local stakeholders, let's say, has been successful and has continued for over 20 years because we have some elements in the coordination and support action that make this happen. One of these is the Policy Advisory Committee, former Political Advisory Committee, which aims to get in the political view, the politicians, their support and their vision. Then we have the CiviNets as well. The CiviNets try to be local ambassadors and translate the European policy at local level. We have a very important part that is the capacity building activities, trying to twin the cities, to support them in getting the know-how and the knowledge in how to work in these areas, in these thematic areas, how to better deliver on them. We have, very importantly, the evaluation framework that supports the assessment of the results, because yes, we can select a series of measures, but we really need to know whether in the end we were successful in achieving what we wanted to achieve and delivering towards what we wanted to deliver. This is very important, and all these elements work very well together now. However, as you all know, we have new challenges now. There is a challenge coming from the industry with the automated vehicles. We want to have more clean vehicles, green vehicles. There is all these targets related with a reduction in transport by 90%, emissions in transport by 90% in the mobility strategy and in the Green Deal. The question is now, all these elements that you have here, all these horizontal functions, are they still valid in this new context? Can they respond now to these new challenges? Or should we reconsider the way they are structured? Should we reconsider the Civitas structure and organization so that we really work towards this climate neutrality and energy efficiency? That's why we have one table today discussing, for instance, how the Civitas community And the Civitas initiative could better collaborate with the partnerships established for 2.0 for more green vehicles, and then CCM, connected automated vehicles, and also how Civitas could support or could collaborate with the city's mission as well. So these are all new challenges that we need to address. How can Civitas can better adapt and can respond to these new challenges? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Octavia.
One more word. I just want to say that in order to show the success of all the projects that have been funded in urban mobility since in Horizon 2020, we have developed a brochure in my agency with the help of my colleagues Tiago Tavares and Yannick Bus, where you have a very nice collection of projects, but also a very nice diagram that explains, let's say, the main. So a map showing all the cities that have been involved in Civitas since 2014, and also, let's say, in a more design format, the diagram that I showed here, and an explanation for the Civitas initiative and how it works. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are still some copies available at the Cinea stand. I already secured mine, so make sure to get one. Thank you very much. So, now after these two keynote speeches and short introductions, we are getting to work, because we are sitting anyway all the day, so now it's good that we are going to work. We do that in a World Cafe style. And it's a bit, well, it's of course also related to the title of this session, towards Civitas 2030. So what we are aiming to do is to shape together the future, our future, and the future of Civitas through conversation that matters. And the aim of this session is to generate collective knowledge sharing, personal relationships, and new possibilities for actions. And it's important that we're going to have an open discussion on certain priority topics, that we are going to transfer experience and at the same time also to find solutions to common problems. How is it working? We're having 4 groups in total, 1, 2, 3, 4, with 4 specific questions. There are 4 rounds, each lasting only 10 with one. And it seems you're not yet ready, or are you? Are you okay? Or should we start with someone else? Just one moment. Is anyone already? Jan. Jan, you look super prepared. You have 3 minutes. If you can do it in 2, it would be great. I'm holding the microphone. I'm holding the microphone. Thank you.
Okay. What the 4 groups here have said about how to strengthen the role of the CiviNets as local ambassadors in Civitas boils down to 2 main points. A first one is a more content point, and the second point is a more practical point. I start with the content point. There is a clear need for more dialogue, more connection, more sharing, more getting to know each other, not only vertically, so with the policy level and also the PAC, but also horizontally, so within the Civitas projects, but also amongst the different CiviNets. We believe that, or the groups believe that CiviNets could also help each other with the problems and things that they tackle. How to foster this cooperation? Well, there are a few options. I will not tell them all, but one stood out, and that was the need for a platform, a kind of maybe a physical or an online platform, a kind of LinkedIn of Civitas, where you see who are the CiviNets, who are the members, who are the experts, what kinds of expertise can I find within these CiviNets, because it could help to promote the CiviNets better as a major part of the Civitas community. That's the content point. On the practical point, of course, the question budget came back. Budget should be continuous and predictable. We had stories from CiviNets that had budget and then lost budget, and it, of course, doesn't work like that for an organization that is still growing or still in its growing phase. That's one point on the practical part. The second practical part is the need. And there was a little bit of discussion. We had pros and cons, but there was a need for a framework. What is a CiviNet exactly? What's the legal status of a CiviNet? Should it be all in the same everywhere throughout Europe, or should we adapt it to the local context? Because every local context, of course, is different. We didn't finish that discussion, and I don't think we can finish it today. There are a lot of pros and cons, and you will read them all in the report.
Thank you very much, Jan. Great. I see that some of you are on your mobile phones, which is great because I presume you are on social media and sharing all the impressions of this World Cafe session. If that is not the case, it can wait for another 5 minutes. Ekaterina, are you ready? Yeah. So we're moving to table number 3 then.
Thank you, Fred. Oi. Maybe I can go here. Thank you. You hold it. Thank you. Hi everyone, I am Ekaterina, and with Nina today we had a table about the involvement of youth in Civitas. So maybe, yeah, I can share some of the ideas that were shared with us. We had a lot of discussions, ideas coming to us, so I'll just share a few. For example, one that was important was to create a structure to involve the students in the Civitas projects, which we're currently missing, and this was expressed by several people. Another one that's important is to involve the CiviNets, so to really make sure that we communicate with them, that we tell them about the opportunities they offer, and they further disseminate it to the more local levels. Yeah, we can go further. Another one is about the teachers to also have capacity building to exchange knowledge. Next to that, we also think it would be good to expand. So currently we are focusing on bachelor, master, PhD students, but from what we heard from all of the groups we had, they really suggest involve also children, so people younger than 18, and in addition to that also older people, older young professionals, so people who after they graduate PhD even, maybe they join a network and they also can collaborate between each other. A very interesting one was ambassador program for youth mayors of Civitas. So I think we really can take this up because this was a great idea. Next to that, Yeah, to also integrate students from different disciplines and to make sure that students from different disciplines are aware of what urban mobility is, what collaboration opportunities there are between the different disciplines. And yeah, I think that's it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And more of that in a short report in 1-2 weeks, let's say. We are moving to table 2. Anna Alicia, please share the main outcomes with us.
Yes. Okay, so Fred will hold the microphone for me. So first of all, thank you all of you that provided such incredible suggestions. As we said to you, we are preparing the future of PAC for the Civitas 2030 program. So basically, you shared many suggestions, but I think the first and most important thing that came out from you is that these politicians are the front runners in Europe and that they should be providing and sharing these discussions that they have with the EAC at a local level. So not only with their neighboring cities, but also with the projects, not only Civitas projects, but urban mobility projects. Also, besides the policy recommendations that they have, given the status that they have, everyone agreed that it would be good to have a best practice roadmap that they could share. So we thought that this would be very helpful because many cities do not have enough readiness level to implement some of the legislation and initiatives that not only the European Commission but also the national laws are trying to implement. So some general remarks that people also share. In order to do this more local level work, we also need to have a more geographical representation within the PAC, and also people are asking for a little bit of more transparency. So maybe we need to improve the external communication of what the PAC can bring to all the Civitas community. Of course, that in order to do this, they will need the right tools to operate, so the right materials and also funding. So this is a general outlook of what we have discussed. Just one small addition that since so many projects are producing some policy recommendations at the end of their projects, it will be good to provide these inputs also to the PAC so that they know what European cities are doing at a local level and also bring this up level to the European Commission. So thank you all.
Excellent summary. Thank you very much, Anna. And I'm very quickly moving to the first one. And it's okay that it took you longer because you had the longest question. All right.
Yeah, long and difficult one.
Long and difficult, and I'm holding your microphone.
Okay, thank you, Fred. So the question we try to answer is how can the Civitas initiative contribute and cooperate with the new programs and initiatives at the EU level? So first of all, it's very important to exploit the knowledge that Civitas have been able to bring together, the different knowledge, the different stakeholders in, for example, deploying sustainable urban mobility solutions at the local level. So the idea of the working of Civitas with local stakeholders. Then I think it's fundamental to identify 3 or 4 different pools of knowledge, like by thematic pools, and initiatives, so to find common ground between the different initiatives so that they can have a better collaboration and a discussion on these commonalities. And also there is an important link between the thematic areas in Civitas as well as the partnership. Also, the network that is built within the Civitas community should be exploited and further developed within these initiatives. And finally, a point is to align the principle of the Civitas Charter with also for example, the contracts of the 100 cities, climate cities. And finally, I think it will be useful to find joint working groups, trainings, communication, and events between Civitas and the new initiatives, also by the different teams that are developed by these initiatives.
Thank you very much, Stefano. Thank you very much, all. Octavia, in 3 sentences, let's say 4 sentences, because there were 4 questions, right? What do you think about the outcomes?
So I think, thank you all for your contributions first. I think it's great, and we have gathered so many new and good ideas. Thank you very much. So Civitas has worked very well in the last 20 years. We have improved in the last 20 years, but the discussions today definitely show that there is place to even improve more in order to, as I said, adapt and to adjust to the new challenges. The CiviNets, as we saw, can contribute more, can support more the local and national authorities and the cities. We can support, let's say, the professionals of tomorrow by integrating them better in the Civitas community and by exposing them to what is happening in the projects, to what is happening locally through the CiviNet. We also saw with the political advisory committee that there are suggestions for the policy advisory committee to engage more, which is great, and to also to really act as ambassadors in the sense that, yes, they are front runners, and this is great. They could offer an example for other mayors in other cities. If they are popular, successful in their countries, then this can be a very good example. And finally here, I think, of course, this is the most difficult question. How can Civitas link with all these other initiatives? Somebody said a key word. I think it is important to find the commonalities between all these initiatives that are there. And of course, Civitas has commonalities definitely with the city's mission, with the 2.0 partners, with the CCM partnership, and with the DUT, and so on. And to work with each of these initiatives in the direction of these commonalities. However, there is also okay, there are commonalities, but at the same time, each of these initiatives has its own objectives, and we should avoid, let's say, to go on the same business models like we had until now and transfer them in the new context. I don't know if I make myself clear. Very simple collaboration between the Civitas initiative and the 2.0 partnership. We have a business model that means green vehicles. Do we transfer the business model of cars, but now only green cars? Is this the solution? No. So we should find those common elements that can support the collaboration between the initiatives. Yeah, I think this is more or less what we learned, and thank you all for the contributions today.
Thank you very much, Octavia. Thank you very much, Grigoris. Thanks to all the hosts and rapporteurs, but most of all, thanks to all of you for the participation in this session. 12 minutes. It's okay. Coffee break. Thank you.
it stops. Where do you dare me to draw the line? You got the body, now you want my soul. Don't even think about it, say no go. I don't know if it's even in your mind at all. It could have been me at this moment in time. Love's indescribable. It should have been me. It could have been me forever. Love's indescribable. It should have been me. It could have been me forever.
White shirt, now red in my blood, and no sleeping. You're on your tippy toes, creeping around like no one knows. Think you're so criminal. Bruises on both my knees for you. Don't say thank you, oh please. I do what I want when I'm wanting to. My soul is so cynical.
So you're a tough guy, like it really rough guy. Just can't get enough guy, just always a puffed guy. I'm the bad type, make your mama sad type, make your girlfriend mad type, might seduce your dad type. I'm a bad guy.
I like it when you take control, even if you know that you don't own me. I'll let you play the role, I'll be your animal. Mama, me likes to sing along with me, but she won't sing the song if she reads all the lyrics. She'll pity the man I know.
Yeah, I'm a bad guy, ain't not holding back guy. Come off like a mad guy, always got your back guy. Yeah, I'm the real type, keep you for the thrills type. Show you what it feels like, got an open invite.
I'm the bad guy. I'm only good at being bad. I'm only good at being bad.
I like it when you get mad. I guess I'm pretty glad that you're alone. You said she's scared of me. I mean, I don't see what she sees, but maybe it's 'cause I'm wearing your cologne.
All the small things, true care, truth brings. I'll take one left, your right, best trip. Always, I know you'll be at my show, watching, waiting, commiserating.
Saying and so, I will not go. Turn the lights off, carry me home.
work sucks, I know. She left me roses by the stairs. Surprises let me know she cares.
Saying into, I will not go. Turn the lights out, carry me home. Carry me home. Carry me home. Saying into, I will not go. Turn the lights out, carry me home. Keep your head still, I'll be your thrill. The night will go on, my little windmill. Na 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 na
Keep your head still, and I'll be your thrill. The night will go on, the night will go on. My little windmill.
All I wanna do is have a little fun before I die, says the man next to me out of nowhere. It's apropos of nothing. Says his name is William, but I'm sure he's Bill or Billy or Mac or Buddy. And he's plain ugly to me, and I wonder if he's ever had a day of fun in his whole life. We're drinking beer at noon on Tuesday in the bar that faces the giant car wash. And the good people of the world are washing their cars on their lunch breaks, hosing and scrubbing as best as they can in skirts and suits. They drive their shiny Datsuns and Buicks back to the phone company, the record stores too. They're nothing like Billy and me, 'cause all I wanna do is have some fun. I got a feeling I'm not the only one. All I wanna do is have some fun. I got a feeling I'm not the only one. All I wanna do is have some fun until the sun comes up over Santa Monica Boulevard. I like a good beer buzz early in the morning, and Billy likes to peel the labels off his bottles of bud. He shreds them on the bar, lights up every match in an oversized pack, letting each one burn down to his thick fingers before blowing up and cursing them out. He's watching the bottles of bud as they spin on the floor. And a happy couple enters the bar, dangerously close to one another. The bartender looks up from his one ads. All I wanna do is have some fun. I got a feeling I'm not the only one. All I wanna do is have some fun. And I got a feeling I'm not the only one. All I wanna do is have some fun until the sun comes up over Santa Monica Boulevard.
the bar is ours, the day and the night. And the car wash too. The matches and the butts, the clean and dirty cars. The sun and the moon. All I wanna do is have some fun. I got a feeling I'm not the only one. All I wanna do is have some fun. I got a feeling the party has just begun. All I wanna do is have some fun until the sun comes up over Santa Monica Boulevard.
Watching in slow motion in my foolish lover's game. In this endless motion, finally, lovers know no shame. Turning and returning to some secret place inside. Watching in slow motion as you turn to me and say, take my breath away. Take my breath away. Take my breath away. Take my breath away. Watching, I keep waiting, still anticipating love. Never hesitating to become the faded ones. Turning and returning to some secret place inside. Watching in slow motion as you turn to me and say, take my breath away. Take my breath away. Take my breath away. Take my breath away. Through the hourglass I saw you, and time just slipped away. When the mirror crashed, I called you and turned to hear you say, if only for today, I am not afraid. Take my breath away. 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 Here I go out to sea again. The sunshine fills my hair and dreams hang in the air.
straight in the sunshine. No need to run and hide. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. No need to love or cry. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. The sun's in your eyes, the heat's in your hair. The steam will hate you because you're there. And I need a friend. Oh, I need a friend to make me happy. Now stand here on my own. Look at me standing here on my own again. Up straight in the sunshine. No need to run and hide. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. No need to laugh or cry. It's a wonderful, wonderful life. Oh, I need a friend. Oh, I need a friend. It's a wonderful, wonderful life.
Well, sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water, and I think of all the things what you're doing, and in my head I paint a picture. Since I've come on home, well, my body's been a mess, and I've missed your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie, Valerie, Valerie. Did you have to go to jail? Put your house up for sale? Did you get a good lawyer? Hope you didn't catch a tan. Hope you find the right man who'll fix it for you. Are you shopping anywhere? Change the color of your hair. Are you busy? And did you have to pay that fine? You were dodging all the time. Are you still dizzy? Since I've come on home, well, my body's been a mess, and I've missed your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie, Valerie. you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie, 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 Valerie. Tell me just what you want me to be. One kiss, and boom, you're the only one for me. So please tell me why don't you come around no more? 'Cause right now I'm crying outside the door of a candy store. Just takes a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Start with a kiss, we're up to that. A little bit of lust, a little bit of pain. I'm telling you, my babe, it's all in the scheme of love. Whatever you make it to be, sunshine set on this cold and lonely sea. So please, baby, try and use me for what I'm good for, and saying goodbye. It's knocking down the door of your candy store. Just takes a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Started with a kiss, and we're up to that. A little bit of lust, a little bit of pain. I'm telling you, my baby, it's all in the scheme of love. It's all in the scheme of love. You roll me, control me, console me, please hold me. You got me, divide me into love. So please tell me why don't you come around no more? 'Cause right now I'm down outside that door of your loving soul. Just takes a little bit of this, a little bit of that. It started with a kiss, now we're up to bat. A little bit of lust, a little bit of pain. I'm telling you, my babe, it's all in the scheme of love.
smile. If it takes just a little while, open your eyes and look at the day. You'll see things in a different way. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop, he'll soon be here. life was bad to you, just think what tomorrow will do. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop, he'll soon be here. He'll be better than before.
Okay, hello. Welcome everybody to this exciting session on zero-emission urban logistics. I hope you have still some battery to face this last session of 2 long days of conference with so many interesting topics. I have also I'm very grateful for this opportunity, and I want also to welcome all the people who is attending online to this session. Just a reminder, during the session, feel free to launch any question you may have through the Slido that our colleagues back there will launch during our debate. So, my name is Sergio Fernández Balaguer. I work for Madrid Public Transport Company, the city public transport operator. We are in charge of managing the bus service with more than 2,100 buses. 96% of the fleet is considered green, more than 221 buses. So one of the biggest companies in Europe. And we also manage the tow trucks for parking enforcement, the cable car, charging infrastructure for electric vehicles, and parking facilities, underground parking facilities. So maybe you are wondering why a public transport operator is interested in zero-emission logistics. And the truth is that we are interested because our parking facilities can become part of the logistic chain, either being used by urban consolidation centers or cross-docking stations. And that is also one of the reasons we are very interested, because we can help also the city achieving their goals. And if we help the city towards a more efficient and sustainable logistics, that will impact for good the traffic flow, and therefore also the bus service we are also providing to citizens. That is one of the reasons why we also joined the LEAD project. You may have heard of it. It's a European project which intends to use digital twins for the improvement of daily logistic operations. We can talk also later about these digital twins as part of the innovation to bring to urban logistics. And logistics are fundamental. That is also something very basic. I mean, everything we do in the city is about logistics. Either the food we buy, the things we bought last week, or we will buy tomorrow. When we go to a restaurant, everything must be delivered. So it's fundamental for the economy, it's fundamental for our own lives. And it's really something that brings a lot of externalities as well. Air quality, congestion, problems about the occupancy of public space, things that have also been increased and augmented during the pandemic, especially with the increase of e-commerce. And that is something that will be quite likely to stay and persist in time in the future. Some figures, for instance, in Madrid, my hometown, e-commerce has increased by 20% steadily since some years ago, every year, and commercial vehicles account up to 10% of the rolling stock, but they represent 20% and even more of traffic congestion and 30% of pollution coming from road traffic transport. So it's really a challenge. Some studies, for instance, the World Economic Forum shows that last mile is expected to grow 78% by 2030 globally, and also the number of commercial vehicles in the 100 biggest cities in the world will increase by 36% next decade. All cities represent 80% of the global GDP and 75% of global emissions. So the challenge is there because there is a growing demand that it doesn't seem to reduce, and also because we have a new, as consumers, we have a new behavior and business models as well that poses a lot of challenges. At the same time, in Europe, we have quite a strategic approach, a big strategic framework. For instance, since 2011, already the white paper called for achieving essentially CO2-free logistics in major urban centers by 2030. And we have also the urban mobility framework, etc., etc. So to provide some light on all these challenges, we have today here a great group of panelists that will help us in having this discussion about what we can do, each one of us, each agent or actor of this logistic world to achieve this zero-emission logistics. I will briefly introduce to you our participants. So we have, I will start here, Laetitia Dablanc. She is the head of the Logistics City Chair at the University Gustave Eiffel. We have also Klaus Storik, consultant for city logistics, corporate social responsibility and communication at UPS Deutschland. We have Tommaso Spanevello, head of European affairs at Haropa Port. We have Paola Cosu, the CEO of Fit Consulting, and also Alice Urban Logistics Thematic Group Vice Chair. And finally, last but not least, we have Hans Schurmans, Director Logistics Operations at Proximus, and also Vice Chair of the Logistic Thematic Group of Alice. So thank you very much, all of you, for accepting this invitation at the Urban Mobility Days. And maybe it would be good so the audience get to know you a bit more, very briefly, if there is some details I have missed about your role, and also about the role of your company and why your organisms, institutions are into the logistic world. So anyone wants to start very briefly? Yeah?
Okay. Thank you very much, Sergio. So I'm Laetitia Dablanc, professor at University Gustave Eiffel, and I had a group of 10 people working on urban logistics. We're urban planners, geographers, and policy analysts. So we're not on the engineering part or optimization part of the supply chain in urban areas, but rather on the policy part and the planning side. We work a lot on the environmental issues of truck traffic, van traffic. We work a lot on innovations and new jobs in terms of gig workers, Uber Eats, Deliveroo. We do a lot of surveys on these people. We work a lot on warehouses. So we look at urban warehouses and the real estate industry behind all the urban logistics around cities. And it's a topic that is very heavily demanded in terms of research by cities and by operators. So that's why we set up this group, because there was a lot of demand for research from the academia working with urban authorities and freight operators. So that was very interesting, especially during COVID, because a lot of e-commerce activities generated a lot of mobility and generated a lot of demand for research from the city authorities.
Okay, who's next?
Okay, next. Klaus Storik, my name. Thanks for the introduction. I work for UPS, which is probably well known as a worldwide operating and a rather big logistics company. We operate in freight and package business, in healthcare, and all the various fields. And at the very end, and this is where I'm here, is the so-called, what we all call the last mile. And we all need to find solutions for the last mile, and this is part of my position. I'm working predominantly on a local level in Germany, with the communities, with cities together, all the stakeholders combined, and we try to find and to make things happen. And I try to implement last mile city logistics or last mile solutions and bring in what's on the market already, and we try to find ways to reduce all the emissions.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. So I represent Aropa Port, which is the port authority of the Seine River. One single port authority for 3 ports, Le Havre, Rouen, and Paris, stretched over 16,000 hectares, and now also the largest port of France. I said Paris, indeed. So we are talking about one of the largest logistics area in the world, and one of the most important consumers areas in the world, like millions and millions of consumers. Therefore, the quest for a sustainable urban logistics is something which is extremely important for us as a port authority. And myself, well, I work on European affairs, which is as vague and self-evident as it can be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio, for your kind introduction. Thanks for the audience. I am Paola Cossu. I am the CEO of FIT. FIT is an Italian company, small company, but very involved since 25 years, more or less, in research and innovation on freight and also passengers, because we believe that both things are very well connected. I work in research since the 90s, when freight was considered as something different from urban mobility. Urban logistics and urban mobility were not coinciding. Actually, I would say that a lot of things, lot of research, lot of consultation among cities and players, and things are greatly changed. So I can say that we are on the right track, and this conference being Urban Mobility Days that maybe 10 or 15 years ago would be more on passengers. Now we can say that we can give voice also to freight. And I am a statistician, so I am quite interested also in the evolution on cultural change, behavior, and so I think that is very, very important and significant, especially as also Letizia said, in the e-commerce growth that impact the way everyday life. So I think that giving contribution, for example, in smarter and ambitious planning in the city, not just considering mobility of people and goods, something that is not related. I think that I could give my small contribution in making this completely changed in terms of approach. So thank you for this opportunity, because I think that is a very good occasion to have something that is can give a testimonial of that things are really changed.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon.
Hans.
Thank you, Sergio. I'm Hans. I'm responsible for logistics operations within Proximus, which is the biggest telco operator in Belgium. I'm the guy generating the flows, so I'm the retailer. So we saw it in COVID also. It has been said by you all. We have an increase of 20% in the volumes which we send out. Now, what is important for us, I think we also have, as retailers, a responsibility to go to what we call more vital cities. So we have a framework in which we want to have a CO2 neutral supply chain by 2030, and last mile deliveries and urban deliveries are really part of those. What is important for us, it's maybe easy to just change vans by cargo bikes, but I don't think it's a solution. It's a part of the solution. I think the solution is more in consolidation and collaboration of different logistics flows, and make sure that we come to a vital city, which is more pleasant for the citizens, which are for me our customers also. So this being said, I think all actors should work together: cities, government, retailers, logistics service providers, and citizens and customers, in order to find a solution at the end.
Well, indeed, all these topics we will touch upon during the debate. But if you agree, maybe what I would suggest is, for instance, to break the ice, probably, and to make a more in-depth overview of all the challenges ahead, I would invite Paola as a member of the European Technology Platform, ALICE. For those of you that do not know, ALICE is the Alliance for Logistics Innovation through Collaboration in Europe. So, Paola, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sergio. I'm sorry I have my note because for me everything it's important as item for our discussion of today with our great panelists and colleagues. I would say that climate change is the foremost worldwide challenge, and according to the World Health Organization, around 40 million people living in the largest cities of European Union that are exposed to dangerous air quality values. Congestion costs the European economy 100 billion every year. This means 1% of its gross domestic product. Air pollution is the silent killer, affects people's health, and the Urban Mobility Framework launched by the European Commission last December certified that greenhouse gas emissions from transport needs to be drastically reduced by 2030, and it calls for harmonization of sustainable urban mobility logistic plan into mobility plans. Encouraging the use of zero-emission vehicles, of course. Priorities of the EU Green Deal as a blueprint for achievable transformational change, and the EU mission goals to reduce climate emission by 55% by 2030, with call for cities to become climate neutral by 2015, cannot be met only by vehicles' decarbonization targets. Changes in consumer behavior, new e-commerce service, instant delivery, and the corona, along with traditional freight movements, are causing an exponential increase in last-mile deliveries, demand, and unprecedented pressure on the overall system due to lack of available and appropriate space for those operations, also causing conflicts among mobility users that are also people, of course. There is a demand for more loading and unloading areas as they are currently insufficient, and an increasing traffic of delivery vehicles. Many vehicles are double parked, and this results in higher concentration of vehicles and safety issues in urban centers. Cities' call for action is fast-tracking upscaling to new generation of urban logistics and smarter planning, enabling the transition to decarbonized and digital cities, delivering innovative frameworks and tools, changing the urban logistics and planning paradigm with forward-looking approach based on new cooperation models among competitors. It's horizontal cooperation, sharing space, business, vehicles, and routes. This means requires some courage, of course. Urban logistics has the huge potential when introducing smart and dynamic management and urban freight efficient land use and servicing plan for urban and peri-urban areas, like functional urban areas, so that planning will be effective on a wider scale than urban to increase overall efficiency, and freight vehicles can access limited zone under specific conditions and in specific hours of the day, adopting dynamic access control for a more balanced management of low emission zone. Whether you are a city, a planner, a startup, a big business player, the number one objective is to be open to collaboration, to share data, ambition, and trust, especially if needs and diverging. Working together could alleviate the congestion and lack of organization that many cities are experiencing when it comes to logistics. However, nothing can be properly running without the right governance and introduction of a system of incentives and enforcements, meaning push and pull, and data, for example, within a mobility data space, leading to clearer understanding on how urban logistic planning will function and roles that are allocated to different users, also involving citizens as a significant part of the new demand. Smart Zone, as an example, involve all citizens by building the service that can be put at their disposal. The city installs sensors able to collect the data and connect everything to the internet. Reliable and necessary data enables deep analysis for future planning, infrastructure, and freight operation. Mobility hubs, initially serving public transport, are now conceived as a multimodal hubs that can contribute to integrate different networks, serving different needs and enabling model sharing. They can act as micro-hubs at the same time, equipped with lockers, encouraging a reduction of impacts in return logistics, being in commuting place. This will increase social responsibility as e-purchaser, considering that reverse logistics costs 59% of the original price. According to Optoro survey in 2021, impact for returns in terms of transport is 15 million tons of CO2 emissions. All urban logistics solutions, such as the one promoting proximity principle or curbside management, should be designed with all stakeholders, together driving a paradigm change from sprawl to freight-efficient, zero-emission, and nearby delivery-based models, reducing unnecessary journeys since consolidation and pickup is done close to the client premises, with a digital platform aggregating orders and concentrate them in omni-channel network as click and collect, without a transport company to intermediate. Therefore, optimizing urban assets used for logistics means facilitating the adoption of multimodal solutions, exploiting other sustainable modes such as rail or waterborne transport, or also retrofit assets to temporary use of underused space like office building, metro station, and something like that. Optimally positioned space, such as micro-hubs or omni-channel, can significantly reduce distances and cruising for parking, enabling the use of zero-emission vehicles, like e-bike, e-scooters, like electric vehicles. And effective urban logistics requires high-level goals based on citywide plans and policy and setting urban freight efficient land use, delivery, and services planning, with logistics included in the overall sustainable planning, with planners equipped with monitoring and evaluation tools and indicators. The real challenge in urban logistics is pooling innovation capacity within voluntary data sharing community so that whole sector would be able to untap a huge amount of data-driven efficiency and sustainability potential, thus generating new values for the community and ambitious regulation. Data space, for example, can enable decentralized and locally based data sharing within a trusted ecosystem involving all stakeholders. For local authorities and planners, the digitalization of freight transport offers huge potential to generate strategic data, to inform freight-related network planning, investment, and freight policy more effectively and cheaper than with traditionally used large-scale surveys. As evidenced in the last Civitas-funded project related to urban logistics, there is a growing commitment of cities in investing in ambitious, integrated, and digital solutions. The digital twin, a 3D digital replication of a complex real-world urban environment representing different process actors and their interaction, is becoming increasingly popular for predictive urban logistic planning, supporting decision on the right measure to introduce in a city. If oriented to physical internet vision, the challenge is a true and trusted integration of systems and networks, activated and monitored by any city actively shaping its transition, smoothly integrating freight consideration into land use policy and planning, accelerating their inclusion as urban nodes in the context of TEN-T policy, provisioning infrastructure and service, fairly sharing costs and benefits among all collaborating partners, because freight matters.
Indeed, freight matters a lot. Imagine delivering your favorite drink, your favorite, I don't know, food in the most sustainable way, thinking that you are not impacting at all in the world. You have done a very comprehensive overview of all these challenges, but I think I would like to pick up some of them.
I will.
Yeah, please. Because we've been talking about horizontal collaboration, open collaboration, cooperation, zero-emission vehicles, reverse flows, sharing, innovation, co-design, functional urban areas, so many, many different aspects, governance, of course. But I would like to pick up one to start the debate. It's about this horizontal cooperation, because I think that it's fundamental. I mean, trade is not something isolated that comes for no reason. I mean, we do all logistics in our daily lives. So how can city authorities, all the stakeholders involved in the sector, how can they collaborate to transition towards this zero-emission logistics? Hans, for instance, I guess you have a very good example to tell us about.
To be honest, collaboration is key. And you have the different players. You have, of course, as said already before, the city. You have the retailers creating the flows. You have the logistics service providers, and you have the citizens. So in the city of Antwerp, we launched a project. It's called COLT. It's Collaborative Urban Logistics and Transportation, by which we now deliver the center of the city of Antwerp with 25% kilometers less and 95% emissions less than what we before. What is key in there is that we collaborate between different companies, so different retailers, to consolidate our flows, and we even collaborate with competitors of ours. What is key in the story is the role of the city, who is an enabler to create the environment and to create a safe environment for collaboration. And what is key also is that we have an independent party bringing together the different players. So we have a contract in which lies every partner in there. We don't have a view on the volumes coming from the other parties, because it's only the central party who has that view. And all this is set up in a framework in which we have trust, we have consolidation and collaboration, which in the end ends up with results, as I mentioned before. It's 25% kilometers less and 95% emissions less. And from all my deliveries in the center of Antwerp, being it B2B or B2C, I can state now that we are 100% green. Mm-hmm. And all this is based on a collaborative model, which is quite unique. What is also important in the model is it's not only sustainable from a green aspect, but it's also sustainable from a financial aspect. For us as a retailer, we pay to get the goods delivered. If each time you have to pay €1 more to get your goods delivered because you have extra handling cost, it won't work. In my company, we send out each year more than 1 million parcels. Yeah, it's nothing to compare to UPS, fair enough, but 1 million parcels. If I have to pay €1 extra to get those delivered, I pay 1 million extra. I won't do it. So if you go for green solutions, they also have to be sustainable from a financial perspective. And now I'm green at the same price as what we had before, thanks to collaboration, thanks to consolidation. Because consolidation increases the drop of goods. So your logistics service providers, being it UPS or another one, what is important for him is the productivity. And the productivity is defined by the number of drop-off points which he has. So it's for them, it's more important to have one street and deliver 20 parcels instead of having 20 streets and delivering one parcel. And also this you create with collaboration and consolidation. So your question was, what is the role of the city in that? So he's an enabler. Yeah? He helps us to put it in. So we are collaborating now with large companies, but the ambition is also to have smaller companies. So for example, a pharmacist who wants to do home delivery, he will never have the same conditions as a large company with a logistics service provider, and he will not have the same solutions. But the city will help us to also integrate smaller players and get them into the same flows in order to avoid to create extra flows. And then again, and it's something I repeat, it's consolidation and collaboration.
So basically, it's also about creating trust among the different parties involved.
You have to create trust, and then a city is seen as a trustful companion, but we also have a complete independent integrator who works with us in order to do this. And indeed, the trust you create in that way. So I told you before, we also collaborating with a competitor. He doesn't want to tell me how many parcels he sends to a certain area in a certain city. I don't want to tell him what I'm doing. We don't know it from each other, but we collaborate.
Well, that's a good approach, and also thinking about this business model, which for sure must be feasible from an economic point of view, so that's really relevant. Talking about the business model, some kind of drawback since the very beginning when we started talking about zero-emission logistics was talking about the vehicles, which is maybe the most inevitable step when we think about clean logistics. It's the vehicle we use. The truth is that there's been always some lack of availability of heavy models in the market, and the prices are still quite high. But at this point, I would like also to ask UPS, because I know you since a long time ago. We cooperated back in 2009 in a European project of the URBAC program called EView, Electric Vehicles for Urban Europe. And back in that time, in 2009, UPS already had quite an ambitious strategy on greening the fleet. So I would ask you, what's your approach to this? Do you keep having this ambitious policy? Is it really feasible from an operator point of view to really invest heavily in clean fleet? Tell us something.
Certainly a yes, from our point of view, as a company and on a local basis, which is my part of the job, otherwise I wouldn't have to do the job, is to implement what we have already. And yes, we have electric vans on the street already. You couldn't buy it from the shelf, so we were working together with smaller companies, working together with bigger companies to produce them, to implement them, not to implement, to just to find out what are the needs and really get this industry ongoing. So we are a platform for them as well. On the other side, we gain from this production, from these experts, and sooner or later we will have a bigger fleet. We have a rather small fleet. Nevertheless, we are driving really big vans, which is quite complicated to electrify on the one side. On the other side, you have to find the grid solutions. You have to find a solution for the electricity in the buildings. We charge our vehicles in the buildings. So this is not an easy case as well. Also, you have to find solutions here. You have to partner here with different companies too. So back to your question, certainly it is in our interest to mitigate the impact of the climate change. So we are looking really ahead and looking forward. Right now there's a huge trade fair in Hanover. Maybe the one or the other person heard about it, and we are just showcasing there, and we are presenting there the electric van we are expecting from a company called Arrival. We are expecting it this year, maybe the latest one at the beginning of next year. We already ordered 10,000 pieces of it. So there's a time coming, and there's a change. Yes, certainly. Mm-hmm. And even on a smaller basis, it's a part of the solution. One mentioned it already. It's just a part of it, and we need to look and have a closer look what other possibilities are there. And as I mentioned before, and we are also in trying to not only to reduce the emission. I mean, if you just substitute a diesel van through a e-van, you still have the traffic. So we are trying also to reduce the vehicles we use in some cities. In the meantime, larger cargo bikes, e-assisted cargo bikes. So we reduced the vans in general and bring it on a smaller capacity vehicles. We use, of course, data-based scientific and do route planning, route optimization. So all the I2 solutions also are implemented in our cases. So you have a register, and you have a lot of solutions possible, and you have to figure out which ones are the best for which city in general, from our point of view.
Mm-hmm. So we are talking about commercial vehicles with wheels, but the truth is that many other types of let's say, vehicles or means of transport, waterborne transport, for instance. If I have the correct data, 80% of the international European trade is done through maritime means, and and supply chain as well, especially by volume. But when we think about maritime transport, it relies mostly on heavy fuels, highly pollutant. And there are big challenges also because, well, the European Union has also this priority of shifting cargo towards, European rivers and canals and fostering zero-emission riverboats, for instance. So having here at Tommaso representing Europa Port, I would really like to know a little bit more your vision about this. Maybe you have some experience to share with us in this regard?
Of course, I will reply to your question by going back to the previous one, like cities, the role of cities. Historically, ports have always had a difficult relationship with the city because, they were polluting, noisy. So now we are going through a phase where ports are starting to really engage with the city, trying to become really actors of urban development policies. Because if we want to shift freight like waterborne on a river, this freight, this logistics on river must be sustainable to become acceptable by cities, authorities, by citizens. Especially, again, bringing the example of Paris, in a city which has a very historical, physical, cultural connection to its river. And then another connection with the previous questions, in order to make this zero emissions pattern. Collaboration, federation. We can't, as a port authority, go into the ship owners and say, you need to decarbonize your boats. It doesn't necessarily work like that. It's very important to create collectively with the ship owners, with the industries, which are also part of the chain, this sort of zero emissions démarche. Obviously, one of the first and most important steps goes through energy transition, so trying to find alternative fuels. From our side, from a port authority, obviously the infrastructure side is the important one. When I mention alternative fuels, obviously electrification is one of the most important factors. You asked me, Sergio, one concrete examples. Nowadays, along the Seine River, we are in the process of installing 78 electric stations for boats, which will be used for both freight and also passengers, but especially freight, all along the Seine River, so from Paris till Le Havre. And the goal is really to have these stations which are fully interoperable with a harmonized tariffication system, so to really to become particularly attractive also for customers. And all these projects has been developed together with cities authorities, with ship owners, and the time horizon is indeed very pressing because we have obligations coming from the European level. In our case, we also have the Olympic Games, and we really want to be saying by 2024 the Seine River is logistically running on electricity.
Wow. Well, important and relevant challenge and target. And let's get into innovation, because I guess most of these couldn't be achieved without using innovation. So maybe, I don't know, Laetitia, from a research point of view or academic point of view, there is something really that we could remark in terms of which innovation can be deployed, or is already deployed, or is about to be deployed, or any concept, novel concept that we can really use for achieving zero-emission logistics.
Well, maybe I will talk about paradox. We need innovations, but maybe not very high-tech innovations. We need better enforcement of existing rules, including low-emission zones. They are not... Thank you. So they are not very well enforced. And that would be a tremendous innovation to have a very well-enforced low-emission zone, especially for trucks and vans and two-wheelers. The second basic innovation I'm thinking about is just electric mopeds. You have electric mopeds all over China. You have electric mopeds in New York. That's very new. They didn't have mopeds before, now they have mopeds, but they're all electric. So why not in Europe? We're very behind. We need innovations in the warehousing, the architecture of the warehouses. I still don't understand why companies like Gorillas and Getir in the fast delivery of groceries have missed making nice urban warehouses, nice facades, nice architecture. They missed that. So then people got very angry with the activity because it was very ugly to have a dark store in your street. You just needed to change the aesthetics. And also the innovation in the warehousing means less energy to be consumed in the warehouses, maybe more lighting like that, windows, multi-level warehouses, so you don't use so much land. You use former underground parking lots, for example, as a warehouse. It's an innovation. It's very basic. But it is a very good innovation in terms of reducing the carbon footprint of urban logistics. So I would start by the basic. And then you can think about more high-tech innovations. Actually, I will just talk about just one, drones. I don't think drones are a lost cause for cities. It will be complicated, but they can fulfill a role, a small role. It will be a niche, but they do have a little role to play in urban logistics. So just organizing the corridors for the drones will be a tremendous work for collaboration, actually. But that's something that could be going in terms of high-tech innovations.
Okay. Actually, I fully agree with you about making logistics more appealing to all of us, because it is true that it seems to be something in the back street, but never in front of us. And it's necessary to make it more attractive, also to get, let's say, more actively involved all the actors, and especially, for instance, cities also, and ourselves as potential clients. So now we can shift also to ourselves as clients. That means our own behavior. So what can we do? This is an open question for you, and also if in the audience there is anyone that wants to launch a question, and maybe we can launch also the Slido, so you can even text your questions in the meantime, and we can just pick them for the debate. Our own behavior, what can we do to change our own behavior? For instance, I'm just thinking, I bought something through internet. I'm not very into buying online, I must admit. Maybe it's because I'm a bit old, but I don't like it really. So I bought two things with a time gap of, I don't know, 1 minute, because I just forgot to buy another thing. It was under the same platform. And I got two different deliveries coming in two big boxes. And one of the items I bought, it was so tiny that I thought, but come on, I mean, this can't be real. So I didn't give them back. I took both. But then I thought also, well, and what about these return flows that also Paola mentioned at the beginning, that can increase the cost a lot, up to 59%. Maybe that's something that both on the side of the operator can be used to try to influence our own behavior. Because of course, I mean, transport is not for free. Whenever an operator says, we deliver it to you free, well, maybe it's free for you, but somebody's paying for that. And it can also have additional costs, externalities, either environmental, social, etc. So launching the debate for our own behavior, who starts? Who has something?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
I would say that people generate demand. And so we should convince people that they generate demands and give evidence of the impact that this has in the overall way of living in the normal and everyday life. But it's not a matter of courier or transporter, but it's also a matter of retailers that can contribute concretely, like Zalando or some platform. They are very, very commonly used, and people continues to purchase. There are some also other things that are more a dream, but I think that technology can be adapted to doing this, and at the same time a different way of considering space in the city, like Laetitia was evidencing. From one side we have, for example, augmented reality, in which we can apply, for example, the virtual rooms for people when they purchase an item, the clothes. They can have a virtual room for trying their clothes and reduce the potential for mistake and reduce potential for any return, any unuseful, unnecessary return. We also have some other innovation like conversational commerce, in which people can link to the buyer by adopting Messenger or WhatsApp or something like that. Sometimes could be something that could be applied and adopted because people is engaged during the purchase, and they can ask for more information to the buyer, so to reduce also the potential for any mistake when they make a purchase. So it's a matter of, of course it involves different players, but if everyone is aware of their potential, maybe we can contribute. At the same time, for example, if we conceive now, I think that there are more common, the mobility hubs. The mobility hubs are places where people commute, because they were originally planned as public transport for multimodal shift and something like that. Now, with the introduction of digitalization and smart zone, they are completely different approach. They can be places in which they can be equipped with electric charging infrastructure, with car sharing, or with public transport, of course, with lockers, because if you convince people that there is a locker in your commuting area, that this is a part of your everyday life, maybe in case of return, they can be there and put their package, their mistake in the locker, because it's a part of your everyday life. You have not convinced to make an additional journey. Mm-hmm. So and also from the retailer side, they are now start to make to apply a fee, for example, for return. So to avoid that maybe some people could exaggerate in their mistake.
I see Hans and Klaus with a mic. I don't know if you want to add something on that.
I would like to add something, yes, here. I would even go a step further and would say logistics is not, the people are not really aware of the costs of logistics in general. And this is sometimes triggered even by the commercials, or by the commercial side, like if you buy something as of 50 euros, we ship it for free. Nobody is going to buy anything if you buy something for 5 euros and you have the shipment costs additional 5 euros. Nobody is going to buy this, and all this triggers a little bit different in our mind. So it's a matter of the mindset as well. And what I find the pity is that logistics doesn't have the value in general. I mean, we have logistics everywhere. We are just not seeing it. We only see it when it's not working. Yeah. And then we are discussing it. When it's working, nobody is talking about logistics. Okay. I mean, for us, it's no problem if there's our reversals. I mean, it's our business, so, and we get paid anyways. But I see the point and I see the problem, and on our side, we get back and we try to implement all the alternatives then to bundle the shipments, even the back shipments. So I think it's here also you have to implement all the different parties to find a solution in general.
And to complement that, I think the retailers, the owners of the web shops, they have a big responsibility. At this moment, if you go on the website, even if you're not a big fan, but if you go and you push on the button to say, I choose my delivery option, you don't know what's happening behind the scenes. Yeah? You don't understand, you don't want maybe to understand it, but it is not transparent. I think as a retailer, I have to show you what is the consequence of your delivery choice. For example, I could put on my website a green and a red delivery choice. Red meaning I deliver it within the hour if you want, but it will be bloody red from a financial and sustainability perspective. Or I ask you for your new iPhone, because I'm in telco. The iPhone 14 is just out and everybody wants it. Okay, fair enough, that's another debate. But if for your new iPhone, are you okay to wait 2 days to allow me to have a more performant and a more green delivery schedule? And if I show it, so you are living in Madrid in a certain area, you choose your iPhone, you say, I want to have it delivered in area X in Madrid. I know where you live, because I have the delivery address. I know the type of vehicle I will use to deliver to your home, and I can show you on my website the CO2 emissions of your choice. Mm-hmm. And then I think I start to nudging our consumers and our citizens. Understand what is happening. Are you okay to wait 2 more days to get your iPhone 14 if it's delivered green, yes or no? And then it becomes also your responsibility as a citizen. You make a choice for something more green or not. But the first thing is the retailer has to become transparent. Show what is happening behind the scenes. Mm-hmm. Yes, you were talking about dark warehouses, gray warehouses. Logistics today is not sexy. Nobody knows about it. You make more sexy warehouses. Show what we're doing. To be honest, I'm in logistics for more than 10 years. It's very sexy. Mm-hmm.
Maybe I can add here another point as well. Not only the retailers, even the logistics companies and the package industry, for example, is trying to do its best in offering platforms so you can choose when, how often, where to deliver, for example, or if you are not there, you can reroute something like this. And each company is really trying its best not to have additional kilometers and driving more than necessary. So, and in combination with all the retailers, this is a good cooperation, in my opinion. So it's not only bad. It's also we also, especially from industry sides. So cooperation between the retailers, the logistics industries, we're pushing ourselves forward as well. So we keep this in mind too.
The collaboration is important, but maybe a last example. On our website, without showing yet the CO2 emissions, etc., we all know that a pickup delivery in the retail shop has less impact on CO2 than a home delivery. Just by putting it on my website as preferred delivery option, so the first one. So the guy who doesn't think about it, they just push the buttons, etc. I have 20% more pickup. So it's easy things which we can do, and I agree with you. It starts from the website. It's there where the demand for the logistics service provider is created.
So this transparency of information towards the client is one of the aspects that maybe we can also extract as one of the conclusions of this debate. I fully agree with your approach, and actually I was thinking, for instance, at the EMT Madrid, we manage 28 parking facilities, and if I recall, we have installed pickup lockers in 12 of them. And just the last 30th of August, we launched a new mobility hub, which used to be a conventional parking. Now it's kind of adds fast charging for electric vehicles, shared mobility services, and logistics services. And there is a company awarded to manage that, and they are also making last mile delivery. And at this point, linking it with innovation and with the lead project I was mentioning before. By the way, our technical coordinator is over there, Joanna, hello, from Inlecom. I wonder, do your companies, or do you have any experience in using digital twins, for instance, to optimize your own operations? Because that is something we are trying now under the framework of this project, and the operator which is involved, after the first, let's say, round of assessment, we have realized that by using a urban consolidation center, in the old city center, they are saving around 33% of the kilometers driven and 12% of time, which is, I guess, big saving for them. So I don't know if you have some more examples or anything related in terms of innovation or IT applied to logistics. Yeah, Tommaso.
Well, on digital twins, we are working on it because this specific digital tool is particularly useful for optimizing logistics within a port, the intermodal logistics within a port, through also optimizing the energy consumption of the different entities which are involved in the intermodal logistics. So, yeah, it's absolutely important for us. We are actually trying to develop digital twins through cooperation with other ports. So we are involved in a project with the port of Rotterdam, the port of Sines in Portugal, and Delta Port in Germany.
Mm-hmm. But also, I guess, it's also linked with artificial intelligence, trying to predict how
Indeed.
any specific date. I'm thinking, for instance, when Black Friday and
but there is a barrier. So I would like to mention one barrier that we have in the deployment of digital solution for sustainable logistics, which is data. It's very essential to manage to unlock certain data barriers that are currently present. When I mention like the optimization of the intermodal chain within a port, this is a particularly challenge because you need to get access to certain data from operators, for instance, that may very legitimately have a very commercial focus on the data, on the digital information. So there are also barriers that you need to overcome. I know that Paula has some a solution perhaps to that. You mentioned.
No. What I can add to your intervention is that cities are even more using, more than before, using the digital twin for planning. And I think that it's a great innovation because they are able to have a smarter planning, to make some prediction in terms of, because you know, actually the more strategic information are on the hands of private people. And now I think that it's time that this type of strategic information, so to predict, like for example Amazon knows when you are at home, when you are on holiday, if you need a shampoo, so it can predict, know well in advance what they can propose to you and when they can ring to your bell. Now it's time that cities, and I think that, and maybe in Madrid or other lead cities, what are doing, as in Copenhagen, they are trying to do this, is to use digital twin for smarter logistic planning, to take the right decision, and this could be a very good way to link logistics with overall planning on the city and to achieve what is the dream of no more urban mobility or urban logistics, but urban mobility and logistics.
Yeah.
For me, this is the right name.
As the motto of these years.
Yes, and if you put, for example, in the Civitas topics, urban logistics, for me, it's not the right, and I would like to be provocative, but there should be last mile solution and also servicing in the city, freight servicing. Using the word urban logistics, for me, it's not the right way to address, because urban logistics and mobility are in the same box. But last mile is something different. This affects the delivery and affect the servicing in a city.
But exactly here you can, we are working on a research project referring to your digital twin idea, having the data already there before we dispatch in real, okay? So we can have a dispatch of the package. Let's say you have 100 vehicles in a center, in a package center, and you already know in the early morning what kind of packages you have, how many you have, where they are going, etc. All the information. So you can have. We are working on the tool for loading, which kind of cars you need. The size of a car is decisive for the city, of course, for us as well. How many people you need, etc. pp. That's what we see behind the digital twin, and actually this project is funded by the European Union as well.
I don't know, Letitia, if you were about to say something?
Yeah, I've worked with a few planning agencies for big cities, Paris, Lyon, and Bordeaux. And these planning agencies are trying to get some tools like that. They want to model and predict what would happen, but that's at a macro level. They want to show if you change the number of loading zones in Bordeaux, how will it change the total flow and the total emissions of commercial vehicles. But they are missing the macro data. So maybe for a project, you have UPS data or Amazon data. Maybe that's, to my knowledge, never happened. But at least you can have some partners, but you don't have the whole picture. And the big difficulty today is to have the macro data on commercial flows in a city. So you need new methods to get that data. You cannot do surveys anymore. It's too expensive. So you need new methods like ANPR cameras or the tool used in Barcelona, the Areadum, the app that provides a lot of macro data to the municipality. These sort of things. But we have to design a way to get that data.
Indeed, as a matter of fact, in Madrid, the city council is working on an app to manage all the loading and unloading bay zone. I think the city has increased up to 8,200 and something, the loading bays. And the idea is to use an app to better control all the operations, because according to some studies in Madrid, up to 65% of the loading operations are done sort of not in the proper way, so not by using properly the loading bays, which obviously provokes an impact on the traffic flow and congestion and etc. So we are talking about the digital twins, which basically needs data to be fed with. So in terms of data sharing, I have a question, because which type of data or which are the gains that both sides, either a city authority or an operator, can get, or which type of operations need to be kind of exchange information, data, in order for the city to better plan, better develop city policies, and for the operator to better or more efficiently run their operations. I don't know if you have any idea on that, because as far as I know, so far, big silos, so really data does not flow between. Any insight on that? Just think of it, and maybe we can also read some of the Slido questions, just in case some of these questions also address. So for instance, there is a question from Javi to Hans. You would only show your customers info on the environmental green impacts of their choice? Well, you mentioned these environmental impacts, but I guess all type of information can be provided. For instance, the delivery time according to the choice. Or, Hans, do you want to comment on that? I don't know if it's that clear, the question. If Javi is over here, and wants to make any clarification, but I guess it's been already
I'll
answered.
try to answer that one.
But for instance, package lockers for good shipments, are they the best last mile solution? Well, I guess for certain profile of customer maybe, or for all of us.
I mean, it's part of the solution, no question at all. It's not the only and the best solution, I can't tell. I mean, we have them, we see them. It really depends, and it depends where they are located. If you have to drive there anyways, then it doesn't really make sense. Then we reduce, but the customer probably not. So they have to be settled smart.
Laetitia?
It's already the #1 solution in Paris, according to the surveys we did. So, and I do have also an answer for another question. That's the maximum walking distance. Yes, we do have an answer on that. So.
Okay. Go
and
ahead.
I will be very specific. It's 8 minutes.
8 minutes?
Yeah, that's from a survey we did.
Okay. Okay, I was wondering, because we are talking about the lockers, but I guess there is another solution which I don't know if it's included under the umbrella of locker, which is this proximity pickup point.
Yes.
In Madrid, you can get a parcel from a kiosk or from a flower shop if they are under this sort of type of systems, which is also a kind of a locker type, right?
Actually, when I said it was the #1 solution in Paris, I included the pickup points and the lockers, because pickup points are much more popular than lockers in France.
Okay,
Sorry.
I see. Nice. Which more? Let's see. There's lots more potential for e-cargo bikes instead of vans in city centers and suburbs. Can we get cities to take them seriously and reallocate the space?
Micro hubs.
The cargo bikes.
Micro hubs for cargo bikes, you mean? But let me say something about it. In Madrid, at least, when we started working on micro hubs, the problem we found is within the city center, that means probably within the inner ring road. Madrid is quite a compact city. Most of the underground areas or spaces that we can use as potential warehouses are underground. They weren't designed back in time for cargo bikes or bikes at all. And we launched an initiative with a parcel company, and the first day they arrived there, they realized that it was too steep. The bike couldn't really go out. It was not feasible for us. So I totally agree about micro hubs, but I'm wondering what can cities do to find suitable spaces in areas where you don't have...
Yes, in case you have some solution, for example, in curbside management, you can use some parking space, or you can put some specific location that are strategically positioned so to make some operation as well. But of course, you should put some dedicated lanes. So this means that you have to set priorities in the lanes of proper curbside management. Considering that in this slice of the roads, lots of things happen.
Yeah.
It's bike, it's public transport, it's freight, it's waste, and everything, and it's taxi, everything goes there. So if you have if you set the city into functional areas with functional lanes, this could be a very good solution, facilitating, of course, the routes for bikes. That could be one solution.
But I don't always look for space. The space is there. There is a lot of space in the city. We can talk about parking lots which are not used. You have a commercial center in your city. The logistics activities, basically, we work early in the morning. So between 2 and, let's say, 8-ish or something like this, to prepare all this. You don't need storage space. You just have the cross-docking. That's a logistic term, but it's going from one vehicle to another, and then you consolidate your flows. So use the space which is there. The parking of a commercial center between 2 in the morning and 8 in the morning, nobody's there. So you have it. So I think there we should reach out to the owners of those spaces. It can also be the supermarkets, because it's a similar story, depending on the flow which you need. But I think it is there. It can be parking lots, it can be commercial centra, it can be anything. You don't need a lot.
An expo.
Sorry?
An expo.
An expo, that's a nice hall. But,
Well, it's
but
mostly-
I'm afraid that for the heating here might be a little bit
So
difficult.
it's all about also collaboration and cooperation, and maybe also linked with the governance, right? Because you really need to set maybe a proper governance framework to have everybody on board and to create this.
I don't think you need a lot of governance. We contacted Interparking. I don't know it's known over here, but it's a large parking as a company. And they just say yes. So it's not even a discussion. It's just going there, and they don't even ask money for it. They just ask to keep it clean. Fair enough.
Okay. Well, yep. Klaus?
would like to add here. I've worked on a research project in Munich for 5 years, and I think the collaboration between the industry, the cities, and all the other stakeholders is working, especially when you see you can use the infrastructure not only once for a couple of hours, so you can use a parking place or something else for different uses. But when it comes to private parking, it's really dangerous in a city. It's not enforcement. You really need some power from the authorities, because this is something, it's in Germany, I'm not sure about other cities or other countries, really a holy cow, and the movement going on, and there's a lot of space there, is really difficult to get, and you have to make the showcase, and I think it's also mentioned here, or was a part of the question. The Munich project included also giving space back to the community. It was in a department of Munich in a certain village, part of the city, and they actually received also a portion which we took for the space for the project and gave it back to them, and they were ready to plan something or made a playground, etc. pp. So I think this is, you have to visualize and to make it practical. Otherwise, if you just talk in theory, it's not working.
And there is a question which we have not, pointing out some subject we haven't touched upon yet. It's automation of delivery vehicles. So what do you think about, electrification is obvious, we have been discussing about that, but automation of freight vehicles, can they contribute to this zero emission city freight logistics? I guess always if we have previously achieved what we have been mentioning about cooperation, collaboration, consolidation, etc. But any thought about it, about autonomous vehicles for urban freight? Well, a drone is an autonomous vehicle, right?
Yeah, I think now the real work is starting, comparing street robots, sidewalk robots, drones, bigger vans, automated trucks, etc., and their carbon footprint. From what I've seen, there's no clear picture yet. So I cannot tell you. It's much better to have a big neuro robot going on the street versus Starship little robots on the sidewalks. It depends on the place. It depends on the where they're going. It depends on what you put into it to manufacture them. So the studies are not yet very conclusive. But my only point here is that people are taking this seriously now. They are making carbon footprint assessments of all these different modes.
And there is one question I think it's quite interesting. Which is the most promising last mile logistics solution from a social sustainability point of view?
For me, if workers means crowdsourcing, for me the reply is no.
Sorry?
For me, if the solution could be workers, you mean crowdsourcing, maybe.
I don't know if it's
logistics is something that is serious. It's not a joke. And logistics must be professional. I believe that everyone is engaged, is employed in logistics, should be trained, should be safe, the ethics must be guaranteed. They should have competence in logistics. They should not be someone that is falling from the sky.
So it's also related with this concept of Uberization that I think Leticia has also written about. Yeah.
Maybe if you use more logistic models for delivery, as we are discussing together today, it's more zero emission related than using this type of people, engaging people and crowding, because this is just a means to save money and it's a sort of not concrete effectiveness of the company, because effectiveness is done by efficiency, by quality, by ethics, by organization, by business models that runs financial sustainability, as Hans said, and the business model should be very effective. For me, recruiting people for doing a job in logistics, it's not a good job.
Yeah, just to add to that one, I think we also have the customer experience. Yes, just a guy who doing logistics as a hobby and just throw boxes at houses. That's not what we want. I think you have to serve your customer. You have to do it in a qualitative way. You have all the track and trace, the barcode scanning, etc. So it has to be done by professionals. So on a social perspective, I think it should be employees.
Okay. I mean, I do agree with you, absolutely. I don't know if you have heard, but I think it was more than 1 year ago, but with the pandemic, you know, the dates really are difficult to fix. But there was a big controversy in Spain when the government set the obligation of having to employ explicitly and directly all these food home delivery drivers or riders. And there was really a big debate around that. And I fully agree. On the other side, I don't know if also that question was linked to, for instance, how innovation or technology can maybe reduce the number of jobs linked to logistics. I think there is no such a risk, because we have examples that really show the opposite.
Yeah, I think one of the best developments would be to actually automate more inside the warehouses, because these jobs are really difficult. So more support from the machines to do the handling of loads inside the warehouses. That's very important. And it doesn't seem to reduce the overall number of jobs in logistics, because then you need more qualified jobs in computer, in maintenance, in many other types of jobs. But that would require to train much better than we do today the unqualified workers inside the warehouses. And I agree with Paola also on the bicycles and the mopeds. So training is very, very important.
Yeah, I have an example in Madrid, thanks to LEAD project. I was mentioning this digital twin project, the physical pilot that was launched to feed and to be fed from the digital twin meant the creation of 12 jobs for the operator, qualified jobs. And the initial side, you can think, oh, that's an additional cost. But they say, well, the savings we are having in terms of kilometers run and the time saving compensates so far the creation of these 12 additional jobs, which actually have been covered on a voluntary basis by some of them, not all, by people that shifted their responsibilities. They had another job within the company, maybe in another division, because they thought, okay, I'm just working in the city center and I live very nearby. Otherwise, I have to travel all the way out to the outskirts, to the logistic hub, which is 25 kilometers away, just to take the van and drive all the way down to the city to make the last mile delivery directly from the hub, from the main hub out in the outskirts. So, yeah, I think it's not that. I mean, of course, there might be specific cases, but I think there is no such a risk. There are some messages which I think they are not questions, but just petitions, which is cargo bikes and their riders need protected bike lanes that are wide enough, as well as parking and loading space. Unfortunately, I cannot give you a very proper example from Madrid. We are far behind of other European cities in this regard, but I fully agree. Also linked to the pedestrian areas, because there is this risk now that many cities in Europe are becoming pedestrianized in the city centers, depending on the city and the country, regulation forbids explicitly to ride a bike in the pedestrian areas. So that also is a challenge for these maybe cargo bikes to deliver. So we need also to think about that and also link to these robots, these to run in the sidewalks. Then there is another question about the taxonomy and gas as sustainable label. And maybe how is that affecting urban logistics? I must admit that I'm not very into that, but I don't know if Klaus or Tommaso, can you provide some insights on this? Oh, and we have still 6 minutes, sorry.
Well, it's a very political question, very complicated to give. I think this is not necessarily directly affecting urban logistics because the commitment remains the one of developing a zero emissions logistics at some point. The shorter, the better. Obviously, we need to also consider that energy-wise, we are living in complicated times, and we really are betting a lot on electrification. But obviously, nowadays, we have some questions about the price, the availability of electricity. And I represent a port which is in a country like France, which is also like in a situation which is kind of good compared to other member states. So everything which is energy related, I think, goes beyond the purely political taxonomy discussions at the day.
I think we are almost getting to an end, though there are still 5 minutes left, but I think the day has been very long. There are 2 more questions. The first one is about, it says, is competition legislation working against trade consolidation and rationalization? Competition legislation working against trade consolidation and rationalization?
Maybe I can take that one. First of all, I don't think so. Secondly, you have the market, and the market has to play its role. And in the example in Antwerp, we pushed towards working together and consolidation. We had a request for proposal, so we asked all potential candidates to submit, and the best one won. So in that sense, I think what is important is what we said before, is that we can make some data anonymous when you consolidate and collaborate, but I don't have the feeling that the legislation is working against us.
Okay. And okay, let's get to the end. Do you imagine the use of drones in cities or in remote mountainous areas? I mean, in cities, particularly, I don't see them yet, though I am aware of some pilots. I mean, the drones, as we imagine, like a science fiction movie, like flying back and forth across your window and delivering your food in your window at the 20th floor. But in remote mountainous areas, yes, I am aware of some pilots in some Nordic countries to deliver medicines to people that are living in remote islands. So I think there is at least quite a close niche for that.
And suburban areas, and a few corridors in urban areas for specific goods, probably.
Yeah.
And we have some pilots as well in the US, hospitals, deliveries from hospital to hospital, research institute. You don't have to get into traffic. Sometimes you have tests. They have to be delivered within a certain time frame, lower than an hour. You can't get stuck in the traffic and stuff like this. And we have done this in Africa, for example, together with some NGOs or with the UN organizations to reach remote areas, so it's far from city logistics.
I'm afraid there is a last. I'm sorry, Hans.
Maybe just about the drones. Let's get a little bit real. Okay, just imagine we're talking about viable cities. Yeah? It's increasing the quality of life in a city. What is a drone? A drone is a flying object which makes a lot of noise. Yes. And if you have all parcels in e-commerce delivered in a city via drones, to be honest, I do not want to live in that city. It will just be a mess. So I believe in drones for some niche markets, as stated before, medical maybe, etc. But drones for e-commerce, I don't believe in it. And I'm not even talking about security. Imagine that someone who has less pleasant thoughts puts something explosive in a drone. It's a bomb, huh? I'm not a big fan of drones. I think you understood.
I do agree.
It's true. I mean, we're always talking about sustainability from the point of view of greenhouse gases emissions reductions, but noise is also like a very important factor when it comes to implementing a sustainable logistics.
Okay, we are just running a very quick question. You know the last one. We don't admit more Slido questions, but maybe Klaus, somebody's asking you if your fleet is replaced with clean vehicles with the same pace across Europe, and they say the example in Bulgaria, if they are replaced at the same stage as in Germany.
It's not in my hand. I can't decide, and I can't really tell you the truth, because before I guess, I have to say I can't tell. It's also, it depends on the preliminaries, what is there. I mean, it might be that it's easier to get infrastructure, charging infrastructure, and all the things getting done much faster in Bulgaria. So yes, why not? I wouldn't exclude this.
Okay, good. Well, I'm afraid that now we have got to an end. That's for sure. So you have seen that it's not, I mean, when thinking and talking about zero emission logistics, it's not all about zero emission vehicles. It's also about horizontal cooperation, open collaboration. It's about functional urban areas and better governance. It's about sharing data. It's about innovation. It's about, hubs, mobility hubs, etc., etc. So I ask you to give a warm applause to our speakers today and also to the people who is online attending the session. Thank you very much. And let's keep working for sustainable logistics. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Bye-bye.